I woke up lying on a patch of dead, barren land. Beyond my tiny territory, maybe 100 square meters, stretched a dark forest full of glowing beast eyes and howling. The sky was gray with no sun in sight. Just moments ago, I was a regular office worker getting screamed at by my boss for stepping into the office with the wrong foot first. At least I managed to slap him before I got pulled into this place. My palm was still stinging. That guy had a tough face. A voice in my head explained everything. This was the Creation Continent, a massive survival competition between countless races. Every person gets a random territory and a starting troop type. You fight, you conquer, or you die. A golden barrier surrounded my land, a newbie shield, lasting 7 days. After that, something called the Demon Locust disaster would hit every territory. If my boundary stone got destroyed, I'd die. 7 days. That's all I had. I needed to find out what troop type I'd been given. That was my sword, my only weapon in this world. A floating red message appeared asking if I wanted to activate my random starting troop building. I said yes immediately. The ground shifted. A murky yellow river appeared out of nowhere, about 1 meter wide and 3 meters long. A path extended from it, half black and half white. At the white end, a tall, imposing gate materialized with 3 characters written on it: Ghost Gate. Ghost Gate, the Yin-Yang Path, the Yellow Springs. This was the underworld itself. My starting troop type was ghosts. My heart was pounding. The info panel told me everything. Ghost Gate was a unique class troop building. Level 1. It gave me 2 morning sticks per day, each one guaranteed to summon a ghost from the Yellow Springs, with a tiny chance of pulling a high-quality one. I knew what unique meant. In any game, any story, unique is the highest tier, and ghosts don't even fight on the same level as living creatures. My starting point was far above other lords. 2 morning sticks appeared beside the gate, 1 black, 1 white, each with a little spirit bell attached. I activated them without hesitation. The bells rang on their own. Bone-white waves churned in the Yellow Springs. Then 2 figures walked up the Yin-Yang Path, crossing from the land of the dead into the living world and stepping through the Ghost Gate. 2 soldiers, about 1.5 meters tall, wearing armor and carrying spears, drifting out with cold, ghostly energy. They looked at me with absolute loyalty in their eyes. "Greetings, Lord Yama," they rasped together. That title hit me hard. Yama, the King of Hell. I tried to tell them not to call me that, but they just replied, "Yes, Lord Yama." These 2 were completely single-minded. I checked their stats. Yin soldiers, 5-star quality, first rank with a peak potential of rank 10. They leveled up by killing enemies and were masters of formation combat. Even the lowest tier ghost from my gate was 5-star with insane growth potential. I couldn't help but imagine what lay above basic Yin soldiers: fierce ghosts, evil ghosts, ghost generals, ghost commanders, even a ghost king. If I could summon a ghost king right now, I could sweep this entire forest clean. Nothing would stand in my way. I opened my personal panel and a long list of options filled my view. My info, friends, local chat channel, local trade market, and more. My stats were pretty clear. I was a 0-rank lord with a territory rated as Wasteland, located somewhere called the Ort Cloud Alliance, east of the 9 Darkness Forest. My troop type was Ghost, unique class. I had 2 soldiers total, 0 energy stones, 0 crystal essence. Basically nothing. I named my territory Fengdu, the legendary city of the dead. Felt right for a ghost lord. I learned that energy stones and crystal essence were needed to upgrade buildings. The only way to get them was killing creatures in this world or raiding other lords. Every kill drops energy stones equal to the creature's rank, and stronger ones might drop crystal essence too. The fastest shortcut? Attack other lords and take everything they have. This competition was brutal. Even if you had no desire to fight, other lords would swallow you up eventually. And the Demon Locust disaster in 7 days could wipe out a huge number of lords. I had to be the last one standing. I looked at my 2 Yin soldiers standing guard behind me like loyal bodyguards. They were also like walking air conditioners. Their ghostly chill was actually nice in this muggy heat. I casually named them Soldier 1 and Soldier 2. They bowed and thanked me like I'd given them some great honor. Before I could explore more options, rustling came from the forest. 8 half-human-sized hyenas burst out, drooling, staring at me like I was dinner. First rank mixed blood hyenas, I pointed at them and called out to my soldiers. They slammed their spears and declared they'd walk through fire for me. Then Soldier 1 said something that shocked me. Even if they died, they'd just return to the Yellow Springs and could be summoned again. That's when it clicked. Ghosts can't truly die. They're already dead. This was a massive advantage no other Lord's troops could match. The hyenas charged at me first, but they slammed right into the golden newbie barrier and bounced off, dazed and bleeding. Perfect timing. My soldiers moved out through the gate. Outside the Yin-Yang path, they lost some ghost abilities like being immune to physical attacks, but they kept others, like appearing and vanishing instantly. One moment they were charging forward, the next they were behind the hyenas. Soldier 1 struck first, driving his spear clean through the throat of a stunned hyena. One down. The remaining 7 surrounded my 2 soldiers, but honestly, it looked more like my guys had surrounded them. Shields blocked every bite and claw. Every spear, thrust drew blood. 2 minutes later, 7 mangled hyena corpses littered the ground. The last one tried to run, but Soldier 1 hurled his spear like a guided missile and shattered its skull. 8 first-rank hyenas. 2 soldiers. 0 damage taken. I was stunned. I knew my troop type was strong, but even the lowest tier Yin soldiers were this powerful? 2 against 8, same rank, and they didn't get a single scratch. Absolutely insane. I collected 8 energy stones from the hyena corpses, small white crystals, nothing fancy, each about the size of a thumb. I also felt a warm flow of energy enter my body. It seemed like just one more battle like that, and I'd reach first rank myself. That was the Lord's perk. My troops fight, and I get stronger too without lifting a finger. Soldier 1 and Soldier 2 dragged all 8 hyena bodies back inside my territory. When I looked at the corpses, a little option appeared asking if I wanted to harvest them. I said yes, and instantly got 24 units of hyena meat, 8 complete hides, and 16 sharp teeth. The bodies just vanished, bloodstains and all. Even the mess outside got swallowed up by this creepy forest. Back on Earth, that much meat would have been worth a month of my salary. As long as it didn't rot, I could eat for weeks. Then both my soldiers closed their eyes, and green light washed over them. They'd ranked up to second rank. Their presence got way more intense, stronger weapons, fiercer aura. Those same 8 hyenas from before would be nothing now. 1 spear thrust each. I checked the rest of my panel. Friends list was empty. The trade market was empty. But the local chat channel was on fire. A system announcement welcomed 200 million Earth Lords to the 9 Darkness Forest region. 200 million. And I noticed a counter underneath the chat. The number of surviving Lords ticking down. 1 person disappearing roughly every 5 seconds. In less than 20 minutes since arrival, nearly 10,000 were already gone. Dead. Some probably rushed out with their troops, thinking they were invincible. Others probably wandered outside their barrier before even summoning anything. This world kills you fast if you're careless. I made up my mind right then. During the 7-day protection period, I was staying inside. My ghosts couldn't truly die, so they'd do everything for me. The chat was a mix of panic, jokes, and bragging. One guy was crying about getting a 1-star troop, Gentle Deer, with 0 combat ability. Someone asked if their food delivery app could ship to the 9 Darkness Forest. Another lord was celebrating because his starting troop was Demon Locusts, the same things coming in the disaster on day 7. 3-star troop, reaching 6th rank at maturity. He wasn't worried at all, since the Locusts were basically his own kind. That terrified everyone else. Thousands of 6th rank Locusts swarming after 7 days? Some people just wanted to go home. One lord was showing off a 5-star red flame pterodactyl and recruiting followers, demanding at least 2-star troops to apply. Another had a 5-star venomous python that got badly hurt the moment it stepped outside. People called him out for humble bragging. I noticed something important. Even the luckiest lords in the chat only had 5-star troops. Everyone assumed 5 stars was the absolute ceiling, the top tier. My Yin soldiers were also 5-star. But my Ghost Gate was a unique class building. My troop type went far beyond any star rating. On Earth, I was nobody. But in this world, I had real potential to rise to the very top. I had plenty of food, but no water. That was my first priority, find a water source. I sent Soldier 1 and Soldier 2 out to search, telling them to kill monsters along the way, but run from anything too strong. Ghosts could revive, sure, but it took a full day, and I couldn't afford to lose a soldier during this critical early stage. My troops didn't need food or water since they were ghosts. But I wasn't a ghost. I was human, and so were the other 200 million lords out there. Everyone needed to eat and drink. While my soldiers were out hunting, kill notifications kept rolling in. The Nine Darkness Forest was packed with monsters. No wonder so many lords were complaining about being surrounded. If my starting troops had been weaker, I'd be stuck worrying about those 8 hyenas too. I checked my territory details. Right in the center stood the boundary stone with Fengdu carved on it. If that stone took more than 50% damage, my territory would collapse, and I'd lose my lord status. After the protection period ended, I need a strong guard watching it around the clock. My territory was rated Wasteland, with a 500-meter range, no regular buildings, just the Ghost Gate. To upgrade to the next level, a shabby wooden cabin, I needed 100 units of wood, 10 units of stone, and 1 energy stone. Wood was everywhere in this forest, so getting it would be easy. But I wasn't going to waste my elite soldiers on chopping trees, and I definitely wasn't leaving my barrier at 0 rank. The plan was to trade food for materials. Food was scarce, wood wasn't. I had mountains of meat piling up, and it cost me nothing. Ghosts don't eat, so every hunt was pure profit. A few hours later, white light hit me. I'd reached first rank just from my soldiers grinding monsters. I clenched my fists and felt real power surging through me. Got so pumped I did 100 push-ups to burn it off. Then my soldiers came back with 2 prizes, a dead adult tiger and a hollowed-out boulder filled with clear spring water. They'd found a spring about 300 meters away with a good supply. I harvested the tiger and got meat, a hide, bones, and a tiger whip. Apparently eating it would boost my strength a little. Not that I had any use for that kind of thing out here. The spring water tasted sweet, better than any bottled water back on Earth. I checked the chat channel. Nearly 10 hours had passed since everyone arrived, and countless lords were starving and desperate. People were begging for food, offering 15 units of wood for a single unit of food. Others were dying of thirst because they couldn't find water anywhere. One lord said his troops' loyalty had dropped to 70 from hunger, below 60, and they might betray him. Troops that weren't ghosts needed food and water. Without it, their loyalty dropped fast. They got weaker and could even turn on their own lord. Meanwhile, my ghosts needed nothing. I looked at the trade market. It was flooded with lords offering everything they had for food and water. The demand was through the roof. I'd been waiting for exactly this moment. Time to start selling. The trade market rules were simple. Every item had a recommended price, and you could sell up to double that, or as low as half. I set my prices at the maximum. 1 energy stone per unit of food, or 20 wood and 10 stone as alternatives. Water was even pricier, 2 energy stones per unit, or 40 wood and 20 stone. I put up 50 units of food and 5 units of water, then shared the listings in the local chat. It caused an uproar. People couldn't believe someone had this much food and water to sell so early. They called me a hidden big shot, the real deal. Some couldn't even read the name of my territory. Pretty entertaining. But then came the moral police. A few lords started preaching about how I was price gouging my fellow humans, profiting from everyone's suffering. They called for a boycott. You don't buy, I don't buy, and Suyi goes bankrupt. They demanded I sell at the lowest price or face a united resistance. I didn't care one bit. Food and water had no competition right now. 200 million lords, and I was the only one selling in bulk. They could preach all they wanted, someone would always buy. This world ran on survival, not charity. The weak get eaten. That's reality. The transaction notifications proved me right. They didn't stop dinging for even a second. Within 1 minute, everything sold out. I got 720 units of wood and 240 units of stone. Nobody paid with energy stones, though. Anyone strong enough to earn those didn't need my food. The pile of resources in my territory was so massive it nearly buried me. Meanwhile, somewhere in the western part of the Nine Darkness Forest, there was apparently a chubby kid named Sun Li with a 5-star troop called the Swift Monkey. He'd been talking big in the chat about how short-sighted I was, how he'd sell at fair prices to build alliances and recruit loyal followers. He wanted to become the king of the Nine Darkness Forest through reputation and connections. But his 2 swift monkeys were starving. They'd spent all day chopping wood and collecting stone without finding a single monster to kill for food. Their loyalty had dropped to 70 and 61, right on the edge of betrayal. A second-rank giant wolf was camped outside his territory, too strong for his weakened troops to fight. He finally caved and opened the trade market to buy my overpriced food. Then he screamed. Everything was already sold out. Gone in minutes. So much for the boycott. He ended up begging me in the chat, crying about his 5-star troops and promising eternal gratitude if I'd put up another batch. The chat completely turned in my favor. People shut down the boycott crowd and called them clowns. Everyone realized I was the only one selling food and water, and without me, even more lords would die. Some were curious about my troop type, wondering how I got so many resources. One guy guessed my troops didn't need to eat or drink. A self-proclaimed fan told the curious ones not to question someone on my level. I announced the next batch would go up in 2 hours. The chat exploded again. Someone joked that I must be raising pigs in my territory to produce this much. A student tried to haggle, using the same tricks people use on secondhand shopping apps. Classic. My friend request list was glowing red. Hundreds of thousands of requests, each with a wilder reason than the last. One girl claiming to be a cute loli offered to drink any liquid I'd give her. Some tough guy threatened to show me his troops' fists if I didn't hand over free food and water. Another asked about installment payments. I rejected them all with one click. I also checked my trade blacklist. 7 or 8 lords sat there. Every single one had tried to lead the boycott against me in the chat. They could no longer add me as a friend or buy anything from me. Actions have consequences. I had more than enough resources to upgrade my territory now. 720 wood, 240 stone, 36 energy stones. The upgrade to shabby wooden cabin only needed 100 wood, 10 stone, and 1 energy stone. Easy. White light swallowed my vision. My body felt weightless for a few seconds, like something was lifting every part of me. When it faded, my territory looked completely different. 3 new buildings had appeared, a rundown wooden cabin, a separate outhouse, and a warehouse. My territory range doubled to 1,000 meters. The cabin gave me a place to sleep, the outhouse solved an obvious problem, and the warehouse was the real prize. Infinite storage with built-in preservation, so food would never spoil. No more resource piles cluttering my land. The next upgrade to rundown courtyard needed 1,000 wood, 500 stone, and 20 energy stones. I was already thinking about pushing for 2 upgrades in a single day. Most lords were still struggling to find their first meal, and I was already pulling ahead with surplus resources and a leveled-up territory. My soldiers kept hauling in resources without pause. That was the real beauty of having ghosts. Do they get tired? No. Do they need sleep? No. Do they slack off? Never. Other lords had living troops that needed rest, food, breaks. Mine worked from midnight to midnight, 7 days a week, for free. And the more they worked, the stronger they got. I was basically the most ruthless boss in history, and my employees couldn't even complain. I watched Soldier 1 and Soldier 2 going back and forth, endlessly grinding. I couldn't help but smile. Time passed, and my warehouse kept filling up. Food, water, monster materials, herbs, all sorts of things. With nothing else to do, I walked into my new wooden cabin. 10 square meters, completely empty except for a stone bed. I laid the tiger hide on top, but one layer wasn't soft enough. After piling 7 or 8 animal skins on the stone bed, it finally felt comfortable. I was so exhausted from the stress of arriving in this world and staying up late the night before that I fell asleep the moment I lay down. I overslept by a few minutes past the 2-hour mark I'd promised. The chat was going wild, people panicking, wondering if I'd been killed by monsters. A couple of lords who tried to lead the boycott earlier were celebrating my supposed death. But the moment I posted my goods on the trade market, everyone shut up fast. I apologized casually, mentioned I'd upgraded my territory, and accidentally fell asleep on my new bed. That set off a whole new wave of shock. People didn't even know territories could be upgraded. They were sleeping on bare dirt while I had an actual bed. Someone said it felt like I was on vacation while everyone else was suffering. This batch sold even faster, 55 items gone in 30 seconds. I got 600 wood and 300 stone. Still no energy stones, but the extra stone was a nice surprise since it was rare in this forest. Meanwhile, that kid Sun Li was apparently in desperate shape. His two swift monkeys had stripped him down to his underwear trying to find food, and he barely managed to snatch 2 portions of food and 1 water from my listing before it sold out. He spent everything he had. Once the monkeys ate and their loyalty started climbing back up, he got cocky again, declaring he'd kill the giant wolf outside his territory and start his own hunting empire to rival mine. Then everything changed. The gray sky turned pitch black in an instant. A full moon rose, glowing with blood-red light. Night had fallen on this world. An emergency announcement hit everyone's panels, dripping with creepy red blood effects. Full moon night. All wild creatures doubled in combat power. Elite monsters appeared twice as often. And every lord's troops, except dark type or evil type, lost 50 to 100% of their fighting strength. My ghosts were dark type. This buff was basically made for me. But for everyone else, this was a nightmare. Their troops were crippled while every monster in the forest just got twice as dangerous. I could only imagine how many lords weren't going to survive the night. The chat was full of lords panicking about the full moon night announcement. Their troops were weakened while every monster got twice as strong. Some were joking about having their dogs chew down trees since fighting was impossible. But for me, ghosts were both dark type and evil type, no penalty at all. I called my soldiers back and used the resources they'd gathered to upgrade my territory again. Second upgrade in one day. White light, floating feeling, and then a brand new territory appeared before me. 500 square meters now, surrounded by a wooden fence. Not much protection yet, but someday those wooden stakes would become brick walls, then castle walls. My territory was rated rundown courtyard, with a 2,000-meter range. The next upgrade needed 10,000 wood, 5,000 stone, and 200 energy stones, way more than before. Then came a surprise. A system achievement popped up. I was the first lord in the entire server to upgrade my territory to this level. The reward was incredible. An extra morning stick tomorrow, plus double the chance of summoning a high-quality ghost. That was huge. My cabin had been upgraded too. 2 floors now, with a kitchen, bedroom, and bathroom all merged together. I could even take a hot bath. I made my soldiers heat water and fill a big wooden tub, then jumped in. Every pore in my body opened up, staring at the blood-red moon overhead, soaking in hot water. I'd never felt this relaxed even back on Earth. Next morning, just before 4, Soldier 1 woke me up. The moon dropped, the sky turned gray again, and the debuff lifted. I ate some wild fruit and headed to the ghost gate. 3 morning sticks stood waiting, 2 regular plus the bonus 1. I prayed for something amazing and activated them. The yellow springs churned. 3 figures emerged. The first 2 were regular Een soldiers. I named them Soldier 3 and Soldier 4. But the third figure made my heart race. She wasn't a Een soldier. She was wearing a red mini-skirt, white lace stockings, with long black hair and flawless pale skin. She looked like a beautiful young woman, not a ghost at all. For a second, I wondered if the ghost gate was trying to set me up with a wife. She bowed and greeted me in a clear, sweet voice. Then she lifted her head, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. Her mouth was split open from ear to ear, lined with razor-sharp, gleaming teeth. A slit-mouthed woman. A classic horror ghost. I yelled at her to close her mouth immediately. She looked hurt, but obeyed. With her mouth shut, she was genuinely stunning. Open mouth, nightmare fuel. Her stats were amazing. 6-star quality, unique class, starting at 3rd rank. Already stronger than Soldier 1 and Soldier 2, who'd been grinding all day. Her peak potential was King Soldier rank, breaking past the 10-rank ceiling entirely. Even with the doubled summoning odds, pulling a 6-star ghost was incredibly lucky. I decided she'd be my personal maid. No other lord goes without a servant, right? I set one rule. She was never allowed to open her mouth in front of me without permission. She'd communicate through the soldiers. She nodded obediently, full loyalty. She could cook, so I assigned her my 3 daily meals. I named her Xiao Lai, Lai, meaning clear and pure, fitting for a girl in white lace stockings. Much nicer treatment than Soldiers 3 and 4, who just got numbered like the rest. I sent Xiao Lai out with all 4 Een soldiers to hunt. She carried a giant pair of scissors as her weapon, leading the squad into the forest. My army was growing. The moment Xiao Lai was out of my sight, she apparently started bossing the soldiers around, scolding Soldier 1 and 2 for not clearing out all the dangers near my territory. She was dead serious about protecting me. Her whole mission was to eliminate every threat within range. Resources kept pouring in. Food passed 100 units again, and my soldiers drained the entire spring overnight. I threw everything on the trade market at double price as usual. Other lords always tried cheaper options first, but with 200 million people competing, my stock always sold out. I'd earned myself the greedy merchant nickname, but honestly, the resources flowing in were worth any name they wanted to call me. Then Xiao Lai and the 4 soldiers came back, carrying something massive, a gray mastodon, several tons at least, and a 4th-rank creature. The strongest thing my troops had ever killed. With Xiao Lai leading the squad, their efficiency had skyrocketed. Everyone had leveled up too. Xiao Lai was now 4th rank. Soldiers 1 and 2 were 3rd rank. 3 and 4 were 2nd rank. I harvested the mastodon and got 208 units of meat plus 86 teeth. All meat, perfect for selling. My warehouse now held 3,000 wood, 1,000 stone, and 84 energy stones. Once I sold the mastodon meat, I'd have over half the resources needed for the next territory upgrade. By tomorrow, I could reach Elegant Courtyard level, which would unlock the ability to upgrade my troop building. That was the real goal, getting the Ghost Gate to level 2. I wanted to ask Xiao Lai about hunting, but then remembered she'd have to open her mouth to answer. So I turned to Soldier 1 instead and asked if there were more mastodons nearby. He started saying there was a 5th-rank elite one that they couldn't handle yet, but Xiao Lai grabbed his ear and twisted it. He quickly changed his answer. Their mission today was to eliminate that elite mastodon, no excuses. All 4 soldiers joined in, shouting about clearing obstacles for me. Yesterday they were normal. Today they were suddenly expert bootlickers. I glanced at Xiao Lai, who was standing there with a praise me face. I pretended not to notice and told her to go make lunch instead. She practically skipped to the kitchen. She was genuinely happy just doing things for me. Lunch was incredible. Freshly roasted mastodon meat with wild vegetables and fruits from the forest. Hot bath at night. A maid serving meals. Compared to every other lord out there struggling to survive, my life was pretty comfortable. After lunch, before the squad headed out again, I told them to prioritize staying alive over killing. Getting sent back to the Yellow Springs for a full day of recovery would slow everything down. Xiao Lai's face lit up when she heard that. She was practically glowing with happiness, bouncing as she led the soldiers out. I watched her skip away and couldn't help wondering, is it really okay for a ghost to be this cheerful? Once outside, she apparently clenched her fists and declared to the squad that since I cared about them so much, they absolutely couldn't let me down. She was pumped up like she'd been injected with pure motivation, leading all 4 soldiers in a charge toward the 5th-rank elite mastodon. About 1,300 meters from my territory, the elite gray mastodon, a 5-rank beast, several meters tall, was rampaging through the forest, smashing trees and crushing other monsters. She was furious because her child was missing. That child was the 4-rank mastodon my troops had killed earlier. Xiao Lai and the 4 soldiers ambushed her. They threw their spears at the mastodon's belly, but its fat was so thick the spear tips only went in a few centimeters. So they switched tactics. The soldiers split into 2 pairs and smashed their shields against the mastodon's head, stunning it. That was Xiao Lai's opening. She climbed up the mastodon's body, slashing a long bloody line with her scissors as she went. Once on top of its head, she drove her scissors straight into the skull. The mastodon thrashed wildly, swinging its trunk to knock her off, but Xiao Lai was too fast. She dodged every hit, making the mastodon smack itself instead. While the soldiers blocked its legs with their shields, Xiao Lai kept cutting. She peeled away the flesh on top of its head until the white bone showed through. Then she found a gap in the skull, jammed her scissors in, pried it open, and twisted. The mastodon collapsed. Dead. Back in my territory, I got the kill notification. Then a second message. I'd reached 2nd rank. The power surging through me was explosive. My troops dragged the massive corpse back in 2 trips. It was at least 3 times heavier than the first mastodon. When they arrived, covered in blood from head to toe, I stood up straight and told them they'd worked hard. The soldiers didn't react much, but Xiao Lai's eyes curved into happy crescents. She held out her fist and dropped something into my hand. A small crystal-clear stone, sparkling like glass. A crystal essence, the rare drop needed to upgrade the Ghost Gate. plus 5 energy stones from the elite kill. I filled a big stone tub with water so Xiao Lai could wash off the blood. The moment she jumped in, her white clothes went nearly transparent, her red skirt soaked through, and the lace stockings. Well, it was not appropriate for children. I immediately yelled at the 4 soldiers to turn around. This view was for the Lord's eyes only. After she ran inside to change, I wiped off my drool and dumped her bath water. No way the soldiers were using it. I refilled the tub with fresh water and let them wash up in turns, but I didn't bother watching over them. I headed into the building after Xiao Lai instead. Not for any improper reason, of course. The sky was gray and sunless. I was just worried she might catch a cold. Too bad. By the time I went inside, Xiao Lai had already dried off. She took the soldiers and headed back out to hunt while I stood there feeling a bit disappointed. I harvested the elite mastodon. 680 units of elite-grade meat plus 99 teeth. Combined with the smaller mastodon from before, I had over 900 units of meat. The elite meat was special. Eating it gave a small experience boost. I kept 2 units for myself and prepared to sell the rest. By day 2 afternoon, regular food wasn't scarce anymore. Other lords had figured out basic hunting, so normal food sold at standard prices. My window for double-price regular food had lasted about a day and a half, and I'd been the only one to fully exploit it. But elite food? Nobody else had any. I was the first lord in the 9 Darkness Forest to kill an elite monster. I put up 300 units of regular food and 678 units of elite food, all at maximum price. Then I shared the listings in the chat. It was like dropping a bomb. Lords were stunned. Their troops were still struggling with second-rank monsters while I was selling elite-grade meat by the hundreds. People assumed I'd slaughtered an entire herd of elite creatures. Then a lord named Wang Shan, the same guy who'd been stirring up trouble against me before, posted something sneaky. He called me the only real big shot in the forest, trying to put a target on my back. Classic strategy: praise someone so high that every ambitious lord gets jealous and gangs up against them. Several 5-star lords started demanding to know what my troop type was. Some even pushed a Suyi threat theory. Wang Shan tried to secretly buy my elite food, but he was on my blacklist. Couldn't purchase, couldn't even send a friend request. He was furious. I needed to cool things down. I posted a message saying my troops had gotten lucky and killed a single old mastodon that was about to die of age, not a whole group. The chat relaxed immediately. Lords stopped panicking and started buying instead. One lord ordered 10 units to test, another grabbed 20. The kid's son Li bought 20 units for his swift monkeys. Showing a little weakness worked. My reputation improved and resources kept flowing in. But I wasn't foolish enough to think those lords actually trusted me now. Smart people don't drop their guard over one explanation. Elite food sold slower than regular food since only powerful lords could afford it. About 200 units sold in the first hour. Meanwhile, water was the opposite. Instant sellouts at double price every time I listed it. Soldier 3 found a stream about 1,800 meters out, fed by a lake beyond my territory range. I sent all available troops to haul water back. By nightfall, my warehouse held 8,800 wood for 1,700 stone and over 230 energy stones. Half the elite food was still on the market. At this rate, I'd have enough resources to upgrade my territory again before dawn on day 3. Night fell again, and the full moon announcement hit. Most lords pulled their troops back to safety, but not me. My ghosts had no penalty under the moon. Tonight, they'd hunt harder than ever. More monsters meant more kills, even if each one was stronger. Before sleeping, I gave Xiao Lai clear instructions. Wake me before the morning sticks refresh. I needed to upgrade the Ghost Gate first, then summon. That way the new sticks would benefit from the higher building level. No wasted resources. I also told them tonight's priority was collecting energy stones. Regular resources for the territory upgrade were almost done, but the Ghost Gate upgrade needed a lot more stones. I also told them to prioritize hunting magic rats, weak first-rank creatures that came in big groups. Each one dropped an energy stone, so a whole nest could yield nearly 10. Way more efficient for stone farming than chasing big monsters. While I slept, my troops ran into a 6-rank elite bone python about 1,700 meters out. The thing was covered in bone armor with a skull-like face mask and purple venomous fangs. Far beyond what Xiao Lai could handle at 4th rank. especially with the full moon doubling its power to roughly 7th rank level. They had to run. Luckily, the python had just eaten a whole water buffalo and didn't chase far. Xiaolai was furious about retreating. She swore she'd come back once she reached 6th rank and present the python's corpse to me as a gift. In the meantime, the soldiers grabbed tree trunks as weapons for sweeping rat swarms, and Xiaolai stood guard while they farmed. My energy stone count climbed steadily toward 300. Elsewhere in the forest, a lord named Long Qing, apparently a tough, competitive girl with short hair, daughter of some top military commander, was lying on the ground outside her building, staring at the moon. She'd managed to upgrade her territory to rundown courtyard before nightfall, which was fast by normal standards. But she wasn't satisfied. I was still ahead of her. She had 4 bipedal wyverns, a dragon-type troop. She'd bought 10 units of my elite mastodon meat to feed them, and after seeing the results, she went back and bought 30 more units. She made her dragons eat until they couldn't move, pushing their experience up as fast as possible. Her goal was to get all 4 wyverns to 4th rank, then challenge the 5th-rank elite monster near her territory. She also sent me another friend request, convinced I must have missed the first one. She figured being my biggest customer made her special enough that I'd accept. I hadn't accepted anyone's requests, though, and I wasn't planning to start. While I slept, my troops worked through the night. Xiaolai had them farming magic rats for energy stones and avoiding dangerous elites. By the time I woke up, my warehouse was overflowing. All my listed goods had sold out. The biggest buyer was someone called Long Qing from the Dragon Soar territory. She bought nearly a quarter of all my elite food by herself. Apparently, she'd stayed up all night feeding her bipedal wyverns and chopping trees to trade for more meat. She'd sent me a friend request too, which I'd rejected. She probably wasn't happy about that, but I had bigger things to worry about. I upgraded my territory immediately. White light, weightlessness, and a warm breeze this time. When it cleared, I was standing in something beautiful. The elegant courtyard, 1,000 square meters of clean tile flooring, a 2-story building painted with elegant designs, and most importantly, the old wooden fence had become a 3-meter-high stone wall. Real protection. There was a grand stone arch at the front gate, and a small hidden wooden door at the back. This was my home now. I couldn't stop smiling. A notification said my territory's reputation and influence had grown. I learned that when other forces entered my territory range, I'd get a warning. Eventually, local native factions might even come to join me, or attack me. But the system assured me that powerful factions wouldn't bother attacking someone as small as me. 7 days of protection was still ticking, so I was safe for now. The next upgrade to Small Fortress needed 20,000 wood, 10,000 stone, 500 water, and 300 energy stones. Much steeper, but the real prize was the Ghost Gate. It could finally be upgraded. The cost was 100 energy stones, 10 elite monster materials, and 1 crystal essence. I had the crystal and the mastodon teeth, but I was 10 energy stones short. It was 3:55 in the morning, 5 minutes before the morning sticks refreshed. I needed to upgrade first so the new sticks would come from a level 2 gate. I was about to waste resources buying stones on the trade market when my 4 soldiers came running through the gate carrying nearly 30 energy stones from their rat hunting spree. Perfect timing. I upgraded the Ghost Gate. 100 stones, 10 teeth, 1 crystal, gone in a flash. Brilliant light erupted from the gate, visible across the forest. The moment it finished, dawn broke. The moon fell, the gray sky returned. The level 2 Ghost Gate was slightly larger, and 4 morning sticks stood ready at its entrance. Double the previous amount. The summoning chance for high-quality ghosts had also improved from extremely low to low, a real upgrade. I activated all 4 sticks without hesitation. The bells rang, the yellow springs churned, and 4 figures emerged one by one. The first 3 were regular Een soldiers. Expected, but the 4th one gave me a pleasant surprise. The 4th ghost wasn't like the others. No body, no skin, no flesh, just a skull surrounded by green, ghostly fire. A deep, raspy male voice called out to greet me. A wall-hitting ghost, a 6-star unique ghost, 4th rank right out of the gate. Its backstory was tragic. An old man who lost all sense of direction, walked in circles until he died, and became this ghost. It was a pure support-type fighter. I named him Old Chong and gave the 3 new Een soldiers their numbers, 5, 6, and 7. My army now had 9 ghosts total. The upgraded Ghost Gate was already showing results. New soldiers came out at 2nd rank instead of 1st, and the new 6-star Ghost started at 4th rank. Higher starting point across the board. Then a system announcement dropped at 4 in the morning. 5 days until the newbie protection ended and the Demon Locust disaster arrived. But there was a new detail. Top performers would earn rich rewards, and the single best performing lord would receive a unique special prize that would greatly help future development. I couldn't afford to miss that prize. If someone else got it, all the advantages I'd built up could vanish overnight. The chat erupted with millions of messages. Lords were panicking, forming alliances, recruiting followers. Wang Shun's Wolf Territory and Long Qing's Dragon Territory were both advertising for allies. I tried to give my troops a rousing speech about the coming disaster and the reward. Halfway through, I noticed Xiao Lai had disappeared. She came back carrying a huge pot, tiger whip soup. She'd noticed old Chong, the new 6-star ghost, and felt threatened. She wanted to prove her position as the one and only female servant of Fengdu by showing off her cooking skills. I patted her head gently and told her that no matter how many powerful ghosts I summoned in the future, her place in my heart would always be special. She lit up with the happiest smile I'd ever seen on her. After the speech, I looked around to gauge the reaction. The 17 soldiers stared blankly, not enough brain power to understand. Old Chong probably didn't even have a brain inside that skull. Only Xiao Lai was fired up, clenching her fists, ready to fight that 6-rank bone python right now. I sighed. I really needed to summon more intelligent ghosts in the future. Just as I was about to send everyone out hunting, alarm bells went off. 3 sharp beeps. My territory's early warning system, the one I'd unlocked when my reputation reached a certain level, had detected another force entering my 3,000-meter range from the west. A red arrow hovered over my boundary stone, pointing due west. I gave the order immediately. Xiao Lai would scout first and assess the intruder's strength. If they could take them down, do it. If not, drive them out. Fengdu was not to be pushed around. 8 ghosts charged out through the stone arch, heading west. I sat down with my tiger whip soup. It tasted incredible. Xiao Lai had found exotic ingredients from the forest that didn't even exist on Earth. But I couldn't focus on the flavor. This was Fengdu's first real confrontation with another force. A defensive battle with no option to retreat. I gave Xiao Lai full authority over outside battles. Having her report back before every decision would waste precious time. The enemy could reach my doorstep by then. Old Chong, the skull ghost, scouted from the treetops. Below him were 14 dog-headed men, a common native species in the 9 Darkness Forest. Dog-heads on human bodies, carrying swords, hammers, and other weapons. Their ranks ranged from 3 to 4, led by a 5-rank elite elder carrying a staff that could shoot fireballs. They'd come because a scout had spotted my territory and reported large stockpiles of food. They wanted to raid Fengdu to solve their tribe's winter starvation problem. The scout had told the elder my strongest fighter was only 4th rank, freshly promoted at that. What they didn't know was that old Chong had already started his work. His ability was terrifying. He made people lose all sense of direction. The dog-headed men kept walking in circles, passing the same marked tree over and over. The intervals kept shrinking. Every few minutes they'd see it again. Not a single forest creature appeared around them either. The silence was unnerving. 2 hours of walking in circles drained at least 30% of their fighting strength. Fear and confusion killed their morale. They stopped talking. The atmosphere turned heavy and suffocating. Then the real attack began. One dog-headed warrior got yanked into the dense forest by an unseen force, screaming. Then another. 5 were dragged away in 3 minutes. The others tried chasing, but just ended up walking in more circles. The elder rallied his remaining warriors together and started launching fireballs into the forest. Explosions everywhere, trees burning, but nothing came out. Dead silence. Then old Chong revealed himself above their heads. A floating skull wrapped in green ghost fire, speaking in a low, raspy voice. The dog-headed warriors screamed in pure terror. The elder tried to fight back, raising his staff for a fireball, but Xiao Lai was already standing right behind him. Her left hand grabbed his staff. Her right hand drove her scissors across his neck before he could even finish his warning shout. His head flew off, spraying hot blood into the air. 16 soldiers charged from the same direction with spears and shields. The remaining warriors, exhausted, terrified, and leaderless, crumbled instantly. Spears drew blood, scissors sent heads rolling. 30 seconds, and it was over. 0 casualties on my side. 14 enemies wiped out, including a 5-rank elite. A perfect battle. Old Chang's support ability was incredible. He'd broken the enemy's spirit without ever being seen, drained their stamina, isolated individuals for ambush, and set up the perfect kill zone. Xiaolai finished the job with ruthless efficiency. The moment the battle ended, every single ghost in my army leveled up simultaneously. Xiaolai and Old Chang hit 5th rank. 14 soldiers reached 4th rank. 3 reached 3rd. My army was getting serious. Since the dog-headed men were humanoid, their bodies couldn't be harvested for food. But the loot was fantastic. 13 sets of regular armor and weapons, 1 elite-grade armor set, 1 elite-grade staff with a crystal essence embedded in it, and over 50 energy stones. Huge haul. Old Chang reported that he'd followed the enemy's trail back about 5,000 meters and found a small dog-headed tribe. Around 40 more warriors, plus old and weak civilians, and a 6th-rank elite tree demon. Once my territory expanded enough to reach them, I'd wipe them out completely. They'd already sent troops to raid me. No mercy from here on. I sent Xiaolai and Old Chang out in separate teams to hunt and gather within my territory range. Then I looked at what to do with 13 sets of ordinary armor and weapons. My ghosts didn't need them. 14 soldiers had their own gear. Old Chang was just a floating skull, and Xiaolai would get the elite set. These were useless to me, but valuable to lords with humanoid troops. Instead of selling at a fixed price, I used the auction feature. 4 sets of armor with weapons bundled as one lot, starting bid 20 energy stones, with a 10-unit stone material entry fee just to participate. I posted it in the chat channel and casually mentioned I'd grabbed some equipment from the native dog-headed tribe. The reaction was explosive. Lords with humanoid troops went crazy. Equipment could make up for their soldiers' physical weaknesses. Within 3 minutes, the auction room hit its 100-person cap. That alone earned me 1,000 units of stone just from entry fees. The bidding started at 20 and climbed fast. I expected it to top out around 40, but something unexpected happened. Everyone assumed this was the only batch of equipment available. The limited edition mentality kicked in hard. Bids flew past 40, then 50. 2 lords went back and forth until one finally won at 63 energy stones, triple the starting price. The winner bragged in the chat about being the lucky one to snag the only set, taunting 5-star troop owners that equipment could close the gap. I smiled. I never said this was the only batch. I immediately listed the next set of 4 and posted in the chat. Next auction starts in 5 minutes. The chat erupted with question marks when I posted the second auction. Everyone thought the first batch was the only one. The lord who'd paid 63 energy stones for the first set realized he'd been played. But I never lied. I said, a little, I just didn't specify how much. The second set sold for 40 stones, right at my target. Then I announced the third batch was bigger, but also the last. That triggered pure panic. Lords who'd been waiting for prices to drop scrambled to get in. Bidding shot up to 50, then 80. At the last second, someone offered 100 energy stones. A lord with a 5-star forest guardian troop, super low profile, barely said anything in chat, but had quietly bought 30 units of my elite food. Possibly a serious rival down the road. But I wasn't scared. I had absolute confidence in my ghosts. 3 auctions total brought in over 200 energy stones, plus 1,000 stone material, just from entry fees. My fame in the 9 Darkness Forest reached a new peak. Every lord who needed food now bought from me first. Business was booming. By the end of day 3, my stats looked completely different. Second rank, Elegant Courtyard Territory, Level 2 Ghost Gate, 9 ghosts, 274 energy stones, 1 crystal essence. Wood over 10,000, stone over 11,000. Tomorrow, I'd upgrade to Small Fortress. Dinner was incredible, a surf and turf charcoal grill feast prepared by Xiaolai. She always picked out the best cuts from the food stockpile before I sold the rest. Every meal was the cream of the crop. After stuffing myself, she brought out a barrel of hot water and set it up at the best spot in my courtyard. Old Chang and the soldiers were out hunting. Just Xiaolai and me. She massaged my shoulders while I soaked. Her cold ghost hands felt amazing against the hot water. I offered her the elite armor set from the dog-headed elder, worried about her getting hurt in battle. She smiled and shook her head. I insisted, it was strong armor, great defense. She shook her head again. Then she stood in front of me, bent down, giving me quite a view, and took off her shoes and peeled down her white lace stockings. She held them up right in front of my face. I was completely flustered, stammering that I didn't want to smell them. She looked confused, then laughed. Gray mist left her body and formed into her scissors. She stabbed and slashed at the stocking with full force. Not a single scratch, not one mark. She did the same with her skirt and her white blouse, completely indestructible. Her clothes weren't just good-looking. They were armor themselves, with defense far beyond anything the dog-headed elder owned. One word, incredible. She put her stockings back on with a smile, went back behind me, and continued scrubbing my back. At the very end, when I wasn't paying attention, she leaned in and planted a quick kiss on my back. Then she ran out of the territory laughing, heading back to the hunt. I sighed watching Xiao Lai skip away. My own soldier just took advantage of me. Unbelievable. I went back to enjoying my bath under the moonlight. Then I noticed a black dot on the moon, growing bigger fast. A massive blood bat, over 10 meters wide, flew right over my territory. It glanced down at me, and that single look made my entire body go ice cold, even sitting in hot water. It shot a blood seal straight at me. The newbie barrier blocked it, no problem. The bat laughed in a creepy voice, stared at me for a long moment, then flew off. I was nothing but an ant to it, one it couldn't crush right now because of the barrier. But I knew it would come back after protection ended. A 10th rank creature. Boss level. If it returned to Fengdu after day 7, it could wipe me out completely. The demon locust disaster wasn't my biggest worry anymore. This bloodbat was. I dropped everything fun and switched all remaining trade listings to accept wood, filling my shortage. I needed to upgrade my territory as fast as possible. Day 4, 3:30 in the morning. I woke up and checked my warehouse. Wood had just passed 20,000. Energy stones had grown by 50 or 60 overnight. Enough for the upgrade. White light, warm breeze, and my territory transformed into a small fortress. 1,500 square meters. The old courtyard walls remained, but the 2-story building had become an actual fortress taking up 2/3 of the space. Solid, smooth walls designed to deflect ranged attacks. My territory range expanded to 5,000 meters. A new building appeared, Magic Field. A patch of rich black soil between the fortress and the outer walls. The next upgrade to medium fortress required insane amounts. 100,000 wood, 50,000 stone, 3,000 water, 1,000 refined iron, and 800 energy stones. Refined iron was something I'd never even seen mentioned anywhere. It would become the next resource everyone fought over. Being the first to reach small fortress earned me another achievement reward, 1 random magic seed. These normally only dropped from 9th rank commander level monsters, so getting 1 free was a steal. The seed looked like a black bean. I tossed it onto the magic field, and it bounced around, picked a spot, and burrowed in. The soil instantly started drying out as the seed drained its nutrients. A prompt told me the seed needed large amounts of elite monster blood to grow. That reminded me of how the hyena blood from day 1 had been absorbed by the forest floor. Was the entire 9 Darkness Forest one giant magic field? Or was something alive underneath, feeding on blood and growing stronger? That thought gave me chills. I sent word to Xiao Lai and Old Chong. When killing elite monsters, save the blood for the field instead of letting it go to waste. At 4 o'clock, 4 new morning sticks appeared. I summoned. All 4 were basicine soldiers. No high-quality ghosts this time. The low probability was still pretty hard to beat. My earlier luck had been exceptional. I named the new soldiers, assigned them to tend the magic field and gather wood and stone around the territory, then headed to bed. My ghost army now numbered 13. My fortress was the strongest in the entire 9 Darkness Forest, and I had a seed growing that could produce something incredible. But somewhere out there, a 10th rank bloodbat knew exactly where I lived. While I was sleeping, Xiao Lai and Old Chong were out hunting the 6th rank elite bone python. The same one that had chased them off before. Xiao Lai had promised to get revenge, and she meant it. Old Chong trapped the python in his disorientation field, making it walk in circles for over 5 hours through the night. The python went berserk, smashing trees and thrashing around, but couldn't escape. When dawn broke and the full moon dropped, the python lost its combat boost. Hours of raging on an empty stomach had drained its stamina. Its charges weakened until it couldn't even snap trees anymore. Old Chang was nearly spent too. His ghost fire was almost out. But he'd done his job perfectly. Stall until daylight, exhaust the enemy. Xiao Lai moved in with 6 fourth-ranking soldiers. Silent approach. The moment the python paused between strikes at a thick tree, she launched herself onto its head. The soldiers drove their spears into the same spot on its unarmored belly. The python fought back, using a death roll that scattered the soldiers, turning it into a one-on-one. 5th-rank Xiao Lai versus a 6th-rank bone python. She clung to its head, tearing at the gap between bone armor and flesh. Then she used a new ability she'd gained at 5th rank, remote weapon control. Her scissors flew on their own, circling the python's unprotected neck area, spraying blood everywhere. The python shot corrosive venom from its fangs, but Xiao Lai dodged every drop, and the venom ate holes in the python's own skull armor instead. The external damage wasn't enough to kill something this big, so Xiao Lai went for a terrifying move. When the python opened its mouth to bite her scissors, she dove straight inside. She slid down into its throat, cutting everything open as she went. Inside the python's body, the tough outer armor meant nothing. The organs were soft as paper. Her scissors shredded everything in sight. The python had no way to fight an enemy inside its own body. Minutes later, the python lay dead. Xiao Lai cut her way out through its side, drenched head to toe in snake blood. Both Xiao Lai and Old Chang leveled up to 6th rank. I apparently hit 3rd rank in my sleep without even realizing it. Then Soldier 7 arrived with my message. I'd unlocked the magic field and needed large amounts of elite monster blood to feed the seed. The bone python's blood was exactly what I needed. Xiao Lai and the soldiers carried the bone python's body back to my territory and placed it directly on the magic field. The moment it touched the soil, the field crushed it like a press, draining every drop of blood and absorbing it as nutrients for the seed. Within half an hour of planting, the magic seed had already sprouted. A tiny green shoot poking up next to the dried-out python corpse. Beautiful and cruel at the same time. I woke up around 8 to a delicious breakfast Xiao Lai had prepared. Outside, I found the youngest soldier, 11, doing chores alone, chopping wood and watering the field. The older ghosts had clearly dumped the boring work on him. I went to harvest the python remains, but the magic field had drained it so thoroughly that the body crumbled to ash at my touch. I only got 2 venomous fangs, 1 crystal essence, and 6 energy stones. No meat at all. The field had consumed everything. Lesson learned: don't put whole bodies on the field. Drain the blood separately and harvest the meat first. The Ghost Gate upgrade to level 3 needed 500 energy stones, 50 elite materials, and 5 crystal essence. I only had 2 crystals. Long way to go. Old Chang floated, overlooking weak. His ghost fire was barely flickering after trapping the bone python for hours. He needed 2 hours back in the Yellow Springs to recover. I sent him down to rest. The dog-headed tribe was now within my 5,000-meter territory range after the upgrade, but I wouldn't attack until Old Chang was at full strength. Their 6th-rank tree demon demanded peak performance from everyone. I sent soldiers 1 and 2 to spy on the tribe. Everyone else went to haul water. The magic field was hardening fast and needed constant watering. I harvested all the monster corpses from the night's hunt and listed 800 units of regular food at standard price. With my reputation being the biggest in the forest, everything sold quickly. Then something interesting popped up in the chat. A lord had killed a 1st-rank wolf and it dropped a blueprint. Nobody had ever seen one before. The whole chat went crazy with curiosity, but the lord had used up all 10 of his daily messages and couldn't explain what it was. His friend announced the blueprint was going up for auction on the trade market. My troops had killed dozens of monsters, including 3 elites, and never gotten a single blueprint. This lord killed a basic wolf and got one. Sometimes luck just works that way. The first publicly known blueprint in the 9 Darkness Forest went up for auction. I grabbed a ticket immediately, 1 energy stone, and got in just before they sold out. The blueprint was for a refined iron smelting pool. It could convert iron ore into refined iron, up to 500 units per day. This was exactly what I needed. My next territory upgrade required refined iron, and I was the only lord who even knew that yet since nobody else had reached small fortress level. The owner was a struggling one-star lord who couldn't afford to build it anyway. It needed 1,000 wood, 1,000 stone, 100 energy stones, and 1 crystal essence. Way too expensive for most lords. He just wanted something to help him survive the locust disaster. Energy stones were his backup option. The auction room filled up with familiar names. Long Qing, Sun Li, Wang Shun, and the quiet but dangerous Gu Yingyi from the Forest Guardian territory. They all pretended to bid casually, just messing around, since I'm here anyway, but prices shot up the moment someone started. Classic. Every single one of them was calculating. Within a minute, bidding hit over 100 energy stones. Gu Yingyi offered 130, saying his pride wouldn't let him go higher. Then Wang Shun jumped to 150 and tried to drag me into it, mocking me for staying silent. I couldn't let that slide. I told everyone calmly that I hadn't bid yet because once I did, none of them would be able to compete. I said I was letting them have their fun first. The whole room went silent. Everyone thought about my track record on the trade market and realized I probably wasn't bluffing. Wang Shun could only mutter, "I don't believe you." Nobody else bid after him. Right before the countdown hit 0, I made my offer, 1 full set of elite-grade humanoid armor. The blueprint owner wanted protection for the locust disaster. This armor gave the strongest defense available at this stage. Nobody else in the entire forest had elite-grade equipment to offer. The price was untouchable. The owner screamed that he accepted before I even finished talking. He was terrified I'd change my mind. 100 or 200 energy stones couldn't actually save his life. But elite armor could. I smiled and told him to slow down. Everyone knew the armor was worth far more than his blueprint. So I had one additional condition. My auction condition was simple. If the blueprint owner died during the locust disaster, I'd consider it a failed investment and write off the loss. But if he survived, he'd owe me his most valuable item as the price difference. The armor was worth far more than the blueprint, so this was fair, not exploitation. Everyone in the auction room called it clever. The owner, Zheng Liqing, accepted immediately. He was a small-time lord with a 1-star troop, dozens of sheep that did nothing but eat and sleep all day. His strongest was only 2nd rank after 4 days. He couldn't even eat his own troops without tanking their loyalty. He had nothing to lose. I won the refined iron smelting pool blueprint. An old piece of parchment with messy instructions. Building it needed 1,000 wood, 1,000 stone, 100 energy stones, and 1 crystal essence. Simple construction, just gather materials, pick a spot, and it builds itself. But I held off on building it. Without raw iron ore, a smelting pool was useless. That's where the dog-headed tribe came in. Their weapons were made of crude iron, which meant they had access to iron or somewhere. Raiding their tribe would get me that source. Old Chong rested in the Yellow Springs for about an hour and came back at full power. I sent him straight to join Xiao Lai, who'd already been picking off straggling dog-headed warriors near the tribe. About 10 more killed while waiting. Inside the tribe, things were desperate. Every dog-headed man, men, women, old, young, had gathered under a massive willow tree, their totem and protector. The chieftain was crying, cutting his own wrist to water the tree with blood, begging it to wake up. They'd tied several fat wild boars nearby as offerings. After 30 years of dormancy, the willow tree demon finally woke. Its trunk showed an ancient face. Its branches shot down into the boars and sucked them completely dry. Skin, blood, flesh, everything, leaving only empty husks. The thing was deeply sinister. The chieftain begged the tree demon to avenge their fallen warriors, conveniently forgetting that his tribe had attacked my territory first. The tree demon demanded more payment. The chieftain offered their last 3 crystal essences from the tribe's vault. The demon agreed and told them to lure the enemy in. What none of them knew was that Old Chong had been watching every single thing happening inside that tribe. Every word, every plan, we knew it all. My ghost army hit the dog-headed tribe from behind while Old Chong watched everything unfold. First, they took out 2 guards at the tribe's warehouse. Old Chong trapped one in his disorientation loop while the other stood confused. Then 2 spears through both skulls simultaneously. Inside the warehouse, Xiao Lai found treasure everywhere, including 5 crystal essences on a high platform. not 3 like the chieftain had told the willow tree demon. That old tree was being cheated by its own worshippers. Xiaolai stuffed all 5 crystals into her clothes and moved on. A scrawny young dog-headed scout came stumbling in to warn the chieftain about attackers from the rear mountain. But the kid couldn't say who was attacking, how many there were, or how strong they were. The chieftain slapped and kicked him in frustration. Then Xiaolai appeared with 16 soldiers in the clearing in front of the giant willow tree. The tree demon was smart. It hid its face from the trunk, pretending to be a normal tree. It wanted Xiaolai to come closer before striking. The chieftain tried to provoke my troops into charging toward the tree. He screamed about never surrendering, called Xiaolai a demon, taunted her. But Xiaolai didn't take the bait. Instead, more soldiers arrived carrying armfuls of dry wood, dead grass, and animal fat. They started piling it all around the area. The chieftain's face went pale. They were going to burn the entire tribe alive. He couldn't wait any longer. He charged out with his elite-grade giant cleaver, but Old Chang instantly locked him in a disorientation loop. He ran in circles just meters from Xiaolai, while his warriors charged past him freely, straight into a slaughter. My ghosts cut them down in a single exchange. Half dead instantly. One more clash, and every warrior was gone. Old Chang released the chieftain. The lone dog-headed leader charged 12 enemies by himself, 1 6th-rank ghost and 11 4th-rank soldiers. Xiaolai didn't even bother. The soldiers skewered his skull in a few rounds. The experience from the 5th-rank elite chieftain pushed every single EN soldier to 5th rank. My entire army was now 5th rank or above. Xiaolai ordered the fires lit. 11 soldiers ignited the dry wood and fat. Flames roared to life, illuminating hundreds of terrified elderly and young dog-headed civilians. The willow tree demon couldn't hide anymore. It had been waiting for my troops to walk into its attack range, but the heat of the fire was an existential threat. Hundreds of willow branches whipped down, grabbing helpless dog-headed civilians and hurling them at my soldiers like living projectiles. The real fight was about to begin. The willow tree demon hurled hundreds of dog-headed civilians at my troops like living cannonballs. Fast and hard, but terrible aim. Every single one got smashed to pieces without causing any real damage to my soldiers, just cracked a few sets of armor. My troops kept feeding the fire, pushing the flames toward the tree. The willow demon was terrified of fire and had no way to stop it. It begged, pleaded, cursed, threatened. None of it mattered. The flames turned it into charcoal, and a gust of wind scattered the ashes. Dead. Xiaolai hit 7th rank. Old Chang finished off the remaining civilians and reached 7th rank too. The tree dropped a crystal essence, 7 energy stones, and an unidentified blueprint. My first blueprint drop ever. I'd jumped 2 whole ranks in a single day, now 4th rank, stronger than most Lord's best soldiers. When my troops returned loaded with loot, I could barely contain myself. 6 crystal essences, nearly 1,000 energy stones, 2 elite armor sets, and that mystery blueprint. I identified it immediately. An equipment forge, it could produce 1 set of regular armor and weapons per hour, and 1 elite set every 12 hours. Combined with the smelting pool, this was a production line. I built both buildings right away. Then the big moment. I finally had enough materials to upgrade the Ghost Gate to level 3. 500 energy stones, 50 elite materials, 5 crystal essences, gone. The gate grew larger, the Yinyang path widened, the yellow springs flowed faster. 6 morning sticks per day now, with a low chance of summoning high-quality ghosts. I was miles ahead of other lords who hadn't even reached level 2. My troops spent the entire night hauling loot from the dog-headed tribe. Over 1,000 sets of ordinary armor, hundreds of refined iron pieces, tens of thousands of crude iron ore. They also discovered a crude iron mine about 1,000 meters outside my territory range, guarded by several tribes of varying strength. Raiding native tribes was infinitely more profitable than hunting wild monsters. One conquest gave me more than days of grinding ever could. I set a goal, before the 7-day protection ended. Take that iron mine and at least 1 more tribe. At 4 in the morning, 6 morning sticks appeared. A system message asked if I wanted to save up 10 sticks for a 10 pull. I scoffed. Anyone who's played gacha games knows the truth. Single pulls produce miracles, multi-pulls produce tears. I summoned immediately. 6 figures emerged from the yellow springs. 4 regular Ian soldiers at 3rd rank, numbered 12 through 15. But the 5th and 6th ghosts made my jaw drop. 2 high-quality ghosts in one batch. The 5th was a stuffed-to-death ghost, a 6-star support type. An enormous round blob with nothing on its head but a giant mouth. It had died from binge eating until its stomach burst. Its mouth and stomach could hold massive amounts of objects for long-distance transport, and it could even swallow my entire ghost army and deploy them at the perfect moment for a surprise attack. Incredible for logistics and ambush tactics. I named it Xiao Cheng. The 6th ghost was even better. A 7-star evil ghost. The 6th ghost was a 7-star evil ghost, the highest quality I'd ever summoned. Because of the level 3 ghost gate, it came out at 7th rank, instantly the strongest in my army. A starved-to-death ghost. Skin and bones, sunken cheeks, ribs sticking out, arms and legs thin as sticks, eyes permanently closed. It had starved to death in life, and now everything it looked at would feel extreme, crippling hunger. Against living creatures, this ability was nearly unbeatable. Even a dragon would lose half its fighting power. Its peak potential was Holy Soldier rank, surpassing even the King Soldier ceiling of my 6-star ghosts. I named it Xiao Yi. The moment Xiao Yi appeared, Xiao Lai went completely still. No more bouncing, no extra expressions. She stood properly with her hands folded. Finally, someone who could keep her in line. I secretly loved it. 19 ghosts total now. A reinforced squad by military standards. I split them into 4 teams. Xiao Yi led the newest soldiers as Team 1. Xiao Lai took 4 mid-rank soldiers as Team 2. Old Chang commanded the 6 veteran Yin soldiers as Team 3. Xiao Cheng, the round-stuffed ghost, was the mobile logistics unit. His job was hauling resources back to Fengdu from all 3 teams. Today's mission: hunt everything within the 5,000-meter territory range. The smelting pool was already running, converting crude iron ore from the dog-headed tribe stockpile, enough for 2 or 3 days of full production. The equipment forge was making elite armor, 1 set per day, no crystal needed for armor unlike weapons. I listed everything on the trade market. Nearly 1,000 units of food, almost 700 units of water, and over 1,100 sets of ordinary armor and weapons. I also added crude iron ore as a trade option, even though nobody knew what it was for yet. The chat went absolutely insane. Lords couldn't believe I had over 1,000 sets of equipment. People started guessing I'd raided a native tribe, which was exactly right. Some tried to copy me and attack nearby tribes. Others warned them it was suicide. Then I made an announcement. With only 2 days left before the Locust disaster, I told everyone I could provide elite-grade armor and weapons, plus custom-forged equipment for any troop type, not just humanoid ones. Details would be discussed at a 6 o'clock auction tonight. I wanted lords to save their resources instead of wasting them, so they'd have enough to bid. Elite equipment could let soldiers fight above their rank and massively boost survival chances. Every lord preparing for the disaster would want some. Wang Shun was oddly quiet, probably still asleep. After my first all-nighter in this world, I finally crawled into bed. At 4th rank my stamina was much better, but sleep was still sleep. I hugged my pillow and drifted off, thinking it'd be nice if Xiao Lai wasn't a slit-mouthed woman. While I was sleeping, the entire Nine Darkness Forest was buzzing because of my announcements. Long Qing had finally upgraded her territory to small fortress and her troop building to level 2. She could now summon 4 bipedal wyverns per day, each starting 2 ranks higher. She'd already killed the elite monster near her territory. But when she checked the next upgrade requirements and saw refined iron, she nearly cried. She realized the blueprint I'd won at auction that morning was exactly what she needed. She couldn't have outbid me anyway. She had nothing that matched the value of elite armor. Still, she bounced back fast. She ordered her dragons to scout a group of razor boars nearby, 1 7th rank, 2 6th rank, 5 5th rank, plus about 100 normal ones. Stronger than the dog-headed tribe I'd destroyed. Her plan was to grind resources all day, buy elite equipment from me at the 6 o'clock auction, equip her strongest dragon, and then attack the boar herd. She also sent me yet another friend request. I'd rejected her 3 times already. Suddenly, the monkey kid had recovered from his rough start and was doing well. His troop building was at level 2, and he'd found an unguarded crude iron ore pit near his territory. He didn't need the ore himself, but he knew I did, and anything I wanted had to be valuable. He set his monkeys to mining like crazy, aiming for 10,000 units by 6 o'clock to trade with me. Wang Shun had also reached Small Fortress and discovered he needed refined iron for the next upgrade. He was furious that I was so far ahead. He couldn't figure out what troop type I had. How could anything develop faster than his 9 Darkness Wolves, which had bonus power in this forest? He wanted to attend my auction, but knew I'd probably refuse to sell to him, since he was on my blacklist. So he contacted a loyal 2-star follower to bid on his behalf for custom wolf-type elite equipment. He wasn't worried about betrayal. Once protection ended, he could crush a 2-star lord easily. While talking to his lackey, one of his wolves reported spotting a strange floating creature near his territory border. Fat, humanoid, hovering in the air with an enormous belly that looked stuffed with things. 5th rank elite. Wang Shun got excited, thinking it might be some kind of treasure chest monster. He threw on elite armor, jumped on his wolf, and rode out to investigate. That strange floating creature was almost certainly Xiao Cheng, my stuffed-to-death ghost, running logistics between my hunting teams. Meanwhile, countless 5-star lords were flooding my friend requests, hoping to negotiate deals before the auction. None of them got a response. I was fast asleep. While I was sleeping, Wang Shun decided to go exploring outside his territory. His wolves had spotted Xiao Cheng, my stuffed ghost, floating through the air nearby. Wang Shun didn't know what it was. He thought it might be some kind of treasure chest monster that would drop loot if killed. What Wang Shun didn't realize was that his territory actually bordered mine. The moment his wolves jumped past his boundary, they entered my 5,000-meter range. But since he was a human lord and not a native force, my alert system didn't trigger. His wolves fired purple energy blasts and knocked Xiao Cheng out of the sky. Poor Xiao Cheng was so slow that he didn't even understand what happened. He thought he'd bumped into a tree while daydreaming. When 10 wolves surrounded him and started biting, Xiao Cheng finally figured out what was going on. Someone was attacking Fengdu's forces. He let out a piercing shriek to call for backup. Wang Shun got nervous and ordered a quick kill, but no matter how hard the wolves bit, they couldn't do any real damage. Xiao Cheng's fat body was basically armor. They just left red marks on his belly. Wang Shun sent in his 6th-rank Wolf King. Then a bone-chilling wind blew through the forest. Strange, the leaves didn't even rustle, but Wang Shun could feel it cutting right through him. His wolves didn't raise any alarm, so he assumed it was nothing dangerous. That trust was about to cost him. 5 figures drifted toward him, floating, not touching the ground, radiating cold, ghostly energy. It reminded him of ghost stories from back on Earth. Leading them was Xiao Yi, my starved-to-death ghost. Skin stretched over bones, sunken eyes, looking like death itself. Behind him, Farin soldiers with spears and shields. Hungry. I'm so hungry, Xiao Yi moaned in a voice that sounded like it came from the underworld. Instantly, Wang Shun's full stomach went flat. An overwhelming hunger hit him so hard, he wanted to grab dirt and shove it in his mouth. His combat ability dropped below half. Every single one of his wolves felt it too. Agitated, weakened, loyalty plummeting. They'd been at 90 loyalty, and in seconds it crashed by over 10 points. Wang Shun screamed to run. There was nothing to fight. His troops were crippled before the battle even started. If loyalty dropped any lower, his own wolves might eat him alive. He abandoned Xiao Cheng without a second thought, smacked his wolf, and fled. He swore he'd never come back to this area again. But just as he was racing back toward his territory, gasping and cursing, a figure appeared right in his escape path. Ponytail, white semi-transparent blouse, red mini-skirt, white lace stockings. Xiao Lai was waiting for him. While I was still asleep, things got very interesting outside my territory. Wang Shun and his wolves chased down Xiao Cheng, thinking he was some kind of treasure monster. They surrounded him and attacked, but no matter how hard the wolves bit, they couldn't do any real damage to his fat body, just left red marks. When Wang Shun sent in his Wolf King, Xiao Cheng let out a distress call. Xiao Yi's team arrived first. The moment his hunger aura hit, Wang Shun and all his wolves were crippled, starving, weakened, loyalty crashing. Wang Shun panicked and ran. On his escape route, he spotted Xiao Lai. He didn't recognize what she was. All he saw was a gorgeous woman in the middle of the forest. Despite fleeing from ghosts, the idiot couldn't resist. He told her to hop on his wolf so he could save her from the monsters behind them. She climbed on. Then she whispered from behind him, "Am I pretty?" He gushed about how she was the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen, promising her royal treatment once he got home and ate something. He assumed she was just some powerless human from Earth, no threat with all his wolves around. Then she asked, "What about now?" He turned around. Her mouth was split open ear to ear, rows of razor-sharp teeth gleaming. A slit-mouthed woman. He screamed for his mother. Wrong answer. Her scissors materialized and sliced both corners of his mouth open. Blood sprayed across his face. The Wolf King reacted fast. It knocked Wang Shun off and grabbed him in its jaws, sprinting for home. The other 10 wolves weren't so lucky. Xiao Lai and Xiao Yi's teams caught them in a pincer attack. All 10 wiped out. Not one survived. Xiao Lai didn't chase the Wolf King beyond my territory border. My orders were absolute. She had Xiao Cheng swallow all the wolf corpses into his bottomless stomach, then stepped into his mouth herself, smiling happily, mumbling about needing to go make me lunch. Wang Shun barely made it back alive. His mouth was torn open on both sides, bleeding badly. His Wolf King's loyalty had crashed to 65. The beast was staring at him with red eyes, drooling, ready to eat him. He threw elite food at it just to stop it from attacking. Then he stuffed his own face despite the pain of chewing with ripped cheeks. He was that hungry. He'd lost 10 wolves in one encounter. His force was gutted. Then he did something predictable and pathetic. He posted in the chat channel, telling everyone that special ghost monsters had appeared in the forest. He claimed killing them would drop massive experience, tons of resources, and special rewards. He said they were only elite level, not too strong. He urged every lord, especially 5-star ones, to go hunt them down. Pure revenge. He wanted other lords to do his dirty work, not knowing those ghosts were mine. Wang Shun's post about ghosts in the forest caused a huge stir in the chat. Some lords got excited and ordered their troops to search for ghosts, hoping to kill them for legendary loot and blueprints. But nobody knew those ghosts were mine. The excitement didn't last long. Smarter lords started poking holes in Wang Shun's story. Why would he share this information publicly instead of keeping it for himself? Anyone with common sense would eat that kind of opportunity alone. If ghosts really dropped amazing loot, a guy with 5-star wolves would just go hunt them quietly. People quickly figured out the truth. Wang Shun had clearly gotten destroyed by the ghosts and was trying to trick others into fighting them for him. The chat turned on him fast. They called him a clown, reminded everyone he'd been antagonizing me for days, and said his words couldn't be trusted. Some lords even called for a boycott of his trade goods. Meanwhile, people started praising me again, saying they only trusted my products. Someone even posted a fake marriage proposal addressed to any lord named Su Yi whose territory was called Fengdu. Wang Shun was furious. His plan completely backfired. Nobody took the bait, his reputation got worse, and he'd accidentally given me free advertising. His mouth wound ripped open again from yelling, spraying blood on his Wolf King's face, which dropped its loyalty another 2 points. He had to quickly wipe the wolf clean before it ate him. He still didn't realize those ghosts belonged to me. He was actually thinking about asking me for help clearing them out. He planned to have a lackey approach me at tonight's auction. The irony was incredible. He wanted to hire the owner of the ghosts to kill the ghosts. Not a single lord in the entire forest connected my territory name, Fengdu, the legendary city of the dead, with ghosts being anyone's troop type. The concept was too far above what they thought possible. 5 stars was supposed to be the ceiling. Nobody could imagine a unique class ghost army. Meanwhile, near Wang Shun's territory, the old man Gu Yingyi, the one who'd bid on the blueprint, was interested in the ghost reports too. His 5-star forest guardians were walking tree spirits, mostly at 6th rank, stronger than Wang Shun's wolves. He was confident he could handle a couple of elite ghosts. But he was cautious enough not to blindly trust Wang Shun. Gu Yingyi had his own secret. Despite looking frail with his cane, he was hiding serious personal combat power. He smashed a boulder with one bare-fisted punch, then immediately hunched over, picked up his cane, and went back to looking like a harmless old man. He had one driving motivation beyond everything else, reaching a level of power where he'd never die of old age. I woke up and checked the chat. The whole forest was talking about ghosts and about me. I scrolled back and pieced together what happened. Wang Shun had stumbled into my ghost army, lost 10 wolves, got his face sliced open by Xiao Lai, and then tried to trick other lords into hunting my ghosts for him. That settled it. Wang Shun had to die. He'd attacked my territory, antagonized me publicly for days, tried to turn everyone against me, and his territory was right next to mine. I didn't need to wait until protection ended. I'd weaken his forces now and let the locust disaster finish him off. As for people knowing about the ghosts, I didn't care. I'd named my territory Fengdu, the city of the dead. I was never trying to hide what I was. If anyone had a problem with it, blood would solve the disagreement. Xiaolai called me to get up, help me dress and wash. She never opened her mouth around me, but she loved calling out to me from outside the door when I couldn't see her face. Lunch was already waiting. While eating, Xiaocheng floated nearby and told me everything that happened. The ambush, the wolves, Wang Shun's screaming escape. 10 fifth-rank wolves killed. Very satisfying news. I looked over at the magic field. The 10 wolf corpses hung above it, blood dripping down to feed the seed. The plant was already as tall as a person now, with 3 flower buds drooping, ready to bloom. It would definitely bear fruit before protection ended. After lunch, Xiaolai sat beside me feeding me forest fruits by hand. In terms of comfort, probably nobody in the entire Nine Darkness Forest, or any of the billions of human lords, had it as good as me. I glanced at her obedient, pretty face and wished for a moment she wasn't a ghost. But then I remembered she'd sliced Wang Shun's mouth open just an hour ago. Terrifying. I checked my inventory. Food and water were mostly sold. Regular armor and weapons had only moved about a third. Not surprising, since ordinary gear only fit humanoid troops and the boost was small. Over 300 sets sold was decent enough. I wouldn't bother mass-producing ordinary equipment anymore. The Lord count in the Nine Darkness Forest had dropped by nearly 1 million in 5 days. With only 200 million to start, that death rate was dozens of times higher than Earth's normal rate. After protection ended, it would skyrocket. I harvested the wolf corpses from the field after their blood was drained. 50 units of elite wolf meat, 100 wolf teeth, 100 wolf claws. No energy stones or crystal essence though. Killing other lords' troops didn't drop those. Made sense, otherwise people would murder their own soldiers for quick resources. My stockpile was decent, but not enough for the next territory upgrade. Over 80,000 wood, 40,000 stone, 5,000 water, 7 or 800 refined iron, 300 energy stones. Tonight's auction goal was collecting energy stones and crystal essence. Blueprints would be ideal, but I knew the smart lords coming to bid wouldn't offer those easily. Then the wind picked up. A massive shadow appeared overhead. The Bloodbat, 10th rank. The boss-level monster that had tried to kill me before. It was passing through again and remembered the ant it couldn't squash last time. Blood seals rained down from its crimson eyes, hammering my barrier. The golden shield didn't even tremble. But this time I wasn't afraid. It was just a 10th rank monster. Not some god. And it kept coming back like I was some itch it couldn't scratch. Too arrogant for its own good. I pointed straight at it with one hand, smiled without a trace of fear, and shouted, 3 days from now. A fight to the death. Do you dare? The Bloodbat's eyes flickered with surprise when I challenged it. It had never seen an ant with this kind of nerve. Then rage took over. It shrieked, lit up with blood-red light, and dove at me like a bolt of lightning. The golden barrier stopped it cold. Not a scratch on me. It screamed 3 times and flew away. Somehow I understood what it meant. In 3 days, it would take my life. I smiled. I'll be waiting. Xiaolai was beside herself with fury. Her mouth had split open to her ears, teeth bared, eyes blood red. She wanted to charge out and fight the bat right there regardless of the consequences. I held her back by the arm. She broke her own rule and spoke in front of me, voice cold as ice. Lord Yama, in 3 days, I will make sure that bat never leaves alive. I couldn't help but laugh. I stroked her hair and told her we weren't just fighting for today. Fengdu needed to win forever, not just this moment. The bat was stronger than us now, but in 3 days, my ghost would grow fast enough to crush it. Fengdu will win. I, Yama, will win. In that moment, I truly accepted the title for the first time. Yama, Lord of the Dead. Xiaolai stared at me like she was seeing someone new. She nodded hard and calmed down completely. Looking at her, I wondered again, was she really just a ghost? No other ghost showed emotions like hers. I sent her to sneak into Wang Shun's territory and pick off any lone wolves. I wanted to make sure he'd be too weak to survive the locust disaster. Then I napped, tended the magic field, listed more goods, and waited for 6 o'clock. When evening came, the full moon rose again with its usual debuff announcement. Right below it, my auction notice went live. A 10,000-person auction room, dirt cheap entry fee, 2 wood or 1 stone per person. The room filled instantly, bringing in 14,000 wood and 3,000 stone just from tickets. The platform would take 100 energy stones as commission regardless of sales, so I needed at least 600 stones total to cover costs and fill my upgrade gap. The auction room was completely different from the smaller ones. I sat on a comfortable couch, controlled what appeared on the display, and had a mute button for the crowd. The moment I spoke, the chat went crazy. Apparently my voice was attractive. People started flirting, proposing marriage, asking if I needed a girlfriend or boyfriend. I regretted not using a voice changer. Once the nonsense died down, I put up the first item, the Dog-Headed Elder's Elite Staff with an embedded crystal essence, capable of shooting fireballs. Perfect self-defense for any lord during the Locust disaster. Starting bid, 200 energy stones. Long Qing bid first, 1 crystal essence plus 120 energy stones. A crystal essence was worth at least 100 stones on its own, since you could only get them from elite monster kills. Strong opening bid. Long Qing's opening bid set the room on fire. Sun Li jumped in at 1 crystal essence plus 150 energy stones, saying the staff would let a lord fight as well as their troops. Then Gu Yingyi topped everyone. 1 crystal essence, 150 energy stones, plus 500 units of refined iron. His voice sounded like a dying wind instrument, but his wallet was no joke. Nobody could match that. The hammer fell. First item sold at an incredible price. Gu Yingyi had actually bet everything he owned. 1 more stone from anyone else, and he'd have lost. But he didn't care. He had a dwarf tribe nearby loaded with iron. Once he conquered it, today's spending would pay for itself. He grabbed the staff, fired a fireball at a tree 10 meters away, and burned it to charcoal. Worth every penny. Second item, the elite armor from the Dog-Headed Chieftain. It could nullify regular monster damage completely and reduce elite monster damage by 50%. Bidding was intense, but more reasonable. Sold for 150 energy stones. Third, an elite longblade. Went for 1 crystal essence plus 110 energy stones. The buyer immediately started advertising his territory in the auction chat. I sold all 5 elite pieces, 3 weapons, 2 armor sets. After deducting the 100 stone commission, I'd earned 4 crystal essences, 580 energy stones, and 500 refined iron. Every single resource I needed for my territory upgrade was now covered. But the real show was just beginning. Over a dozen 5-star lords were still waiting for the main event. Custom elite equipment, tailored to any troop type, not just humanoid ones. I explained the rules. 3 custom sets available, each including armor and a weapon. The buyer had to supply the crystal essence for the weapon. Delivery within 48 hours, well before the Locust disaster. My forge could only produce 1 elite set every 12 hours, and I needed the refined iron for my own upgrades, so 3 was the limit. Lords immediately started asking about timelines, worried the equipment wouldn't arrive before the disaster. I'd already planned for that. 48 hours meant they'd get it with time to spare. The bidding format was different this time. Instead of traditional back and forth, everyone would post their maximum offer on screen at once, and I'd pick the 3 best deals. Not just highest price, I wanted the best overall value. The moment I opened bidding, the screen flooded with offers. Hundreds of lords posted their prices all at once. It nearly blinded me. The variety was incredible. Basic stuff like wood and stones, sure, but also rare things I'd never seen before. An unidentified blueprint that required medium fortress level to use, a mysterious egg buried dozens of meters underground, a boss-level monster summoning scroll, and even a troop star upgrade card that could raise a soldier's star rating, though it had serious failure risks. 200 million lords, and plenty of them had gotten lucky drops they'd never revealed publicly. It reminded me not to get overconfident. I had no cheat system, no special powers beyond my ghosts. Any lord could be hiding something dangerous. I picked 3 winners after about 20 minutes and closed the auction. I communicated privately with each buyer about their troop specifications. The items they'd offered went into a secure auction space. I'd get them once I delivered the equipment within 48 hours. If I failed to deliver, I'd have to pay a penalty. Nobody knew which 3 lords won or what I received. Total secrecy. After deducting the 100-stone commission, tonight's haul was massive. 4 crystal essences, 580 energy stones, 500 refined iron, plus everything from the custom deals. Combined with the door fees, I had more than enough. I upgraded my territory immediately. Resources vanished from my warehouse so fast it hurt to watch. White light, floating sensation, and then a magnificent fortress materialized before me. The old stone walls had merged into the structure, reinforcing it. Glass-like panels in the ceiling let light pour in. The whole place was huge and imposing. Fengdu was starting to look like the legendary city of the dead it was named after. Just needed more ghosts wandering around for atmosphere. Medium fortress. 7,000-meter range. The next upgrade to large fortress needed 300,000 wood, 150,000 stone, 10,000 water, 3,000 refined iron, and 3,000 energy stones. Absolutely insane amounts. No way I could reach that before protection ended unless I ran auctions like tonight's every single day. No new buildings unlocked, and the Ghost Gate couldn't be upgraded yet either. But 2 important notifications popped up. First, my territory's reputation had risen to a new tier, and some native forces were eyeing Fengdu with bad intentions. Second, and this was the big one, my territory now overlapped with another lord's. Wang Shun's. I'd received a unique achievement quest, the first battle between lords. The rules were clear. When territories overlap, the higher-level lord gets notified while the lower one stays ignorant. After 12 hours, both sides could bypass the newbie protection and enter each other's territory. If I destroyed Wang Shun's boundary stone, I'd win. The reward? I could seize his troop building and absorb it into my territory. His 5-star 9 Darkness Wolves would become my second troop type. That was unbelievably valuable. The 12-hour countdown lined up perfectly with my equipment forge completing its first custom order. Everything was falling into place. Wang Shun had no idea any of this was happening. He didn't know our territories overlapped. He didn't know I was the owner of the ghosts that slaughtered his wolves. And he definitely didn't know that in 12 hours, I was coming for everything he had. This fight wasn't optional. It was the entire point of this world, compete or die. And I was going to make it a masterpiece. I started preparing for war with Wang Shun. I sent orders through Shao Cheng to gather all troops, then headed to the equipment forge and loaded in materials for the first custom order. A wolf-type elite set for a 2-star lord who'd won the auction. 10 units of refined iron, 2 crystal essences for the claws, plus wolf materials from the ones we'd killed. 12 hours to produce. Nothing happened overnight. At 4 in the morning, Shaolai woke me with breakfast, and I summoned 6 new ghosts. 3 regularine soldiers at 3rd rank. But the 4th one was something completely different. The moment it came through the Ghost Gate, it turned into a beam of black light and shot straight into my chest. A burning sensation hit me, and when I pulled my shirt off, there was a tiny skull tattoo below my collarbone. A substitute death ghost. No star rating, no combat power, can't level up. Its only purpose, absorb 1 fatal blow meant for me. It was essentially a second life, sitting there as a tattoo until the moment I'd otherwise die. Small in daily usefulness, but absolutely irreplaceable as a last resort. By 6 in the morning, the forge dinged. The wolf-type elite armor set rolled out, glowing faint purple. I triggered the trade instantly. The equipment vanished into the auction space and reached the buyer, while his payment appeared in my hands. A troop star upgrade card. It could raise a single soldier's star rating, but required full loyalty of 100, consumed 1 crystal essence and 100 energy stones, had lower success rates for higher star troops, and failure meant dropping a rank. Most lords could never use it. Barely anyone maintained 100 loyalty since working their troops hard always caused drops. But every single one of my ghosts sat at a permanent 100. Ghost advantage, yet again. I called all troops back to Fengdu. My army was now formidable. Xiao Yi and Xiao Lai at 8th rank. Old Chong and Xiao Cheng at 7th. 10 6th rank Yin soldiers, 5 at 5th rank, 3 at 3rd rank. Plus the substitute death ghost on my chest. 23 ghosts total. If I hit the dog-headed tribe again with this force, I could just steamroll straight through without any tactics. I held up the upgrade card and told everyone to discuss among themselves who should use it. Minutes of silence. Every ghost just stared blankly except Xiao Lai, who was practically vibrating with excitement. Nobody else cared or had the brainpower to have an opinion. Classic ghosts. I handed it to Xiao Lai. She was the smartest, most adaptable fighter I had, the one who ran things outside the walls. She needed the boost most. She happily took the card, grabbed a crystal essence and 100 energy stones, and pressed the card against her forehead. Golden light swallowed the resources and sank into her. The yellow springs churned inside the ghost gate. Xiao Lai walked through the gate with her eyes closed, stepped onto the Yin-Yang path, entered the yellow springs, and emerged seconds later. Success. No rank drop. She was now 7-star, with a peak potential of Holy Soldier, same ceiling as Xiao Yi. Her combat power jumped significantly. She could now hold her own against Xiao East in close combat. She summoned her scissors, now nearly half a meter long, spinning like a silver disc. She flung it outside the territory walls. 7 or 8 thick trees got sliced clean through without the disc even slowing down. Devastating attack power. I clapped and patted her head with a grin. Great job. From now on, you're Fengdu's official head of the lumber department. Your specialty, chopping trees. Her pale little face went dark instantly. Wang Shun had played me. That 2-star lord who won the wolf-type custom equipment at my auction was his lackey all along. The moment the armor arrived, the kid handed it straight to Wang Shun. Since I'd blacklisted Wang Shun from all my trades, he'd used a proxy buyer to get around it. I had to admit, I hadn't seen that coming. He equipped his Wolf King with the armor, boosting its loyalty by 5 points and giving it enough power to fight 7th-rank elites. Then he went on the offensive, not with weapons, but with words. He posted in the chat thanking me for the custom delivery, calling me a spineless merchant who'd sell to anyone for the right price. No principles, no backbone. He mocked me, saying all it took was money and I'd get on my knees. The chat erupted. Lords who'd respected me turned skeptical. People called me a fraud, a street thug, a greedy nobody. Wang Shun kept piling on, twisting the knife, telling everyone to insult me freely since I had no shame. A group of lords who'd always been jealous jumped on the bandwagon and amplified the hate. My trade notifications went silent. Nobody was buying my goods anymore. The lords who'd actually been in the auction room knew Wang Shun hadn't been there and tried to defend me, but they got labeled as my paid shills. Long Qing used all 10 of her daily messages trying to speak up for me. Old friends deleted her over it. People warned her that Wang Shun was trying to destroy me through public opinion, and the crowd's momentum was unstoppable. She lay on the ground in her territory, frustrated, knowing the only real solution was to kill Wang Shun, but she couldn't find him, and the protection barrier was still up anyway. I watched all of this unfold without a trace of anger. I'd never cared about alliances or popularity. My ghost army put me on a completely different level from these lords. My ambitions weren't limited to petty politics in the Nine Darkness Forest. I was looking at the entire creation continent. I didn't want friendships. I wanted absolute control. Still, Wang Shun's proxy trick was clever, and I took note of every lord who defended me against the mob. They had courage. Someday that might be worth something. But Wang Shun had made one fatal mistake. He didn't know our territories overlapped. He didn't know the 12-hour countdown had been ticking. He didn't know that right now, at this very moment, the restriction had lifted. I could walk straight into his territory, through his barrier, past his defenses. I looked toward his territory. Shaoqing opened his enormous mouth, and my entire ghost army marched inside, one after another, disappearing into his bottomless stomach. I turned to face the direction of the Nine Darkness Wolf territory and declared, "Everyone, follow me to war against the Nine Darkness Wolf territory. We destroy Wang Shun today." Wang Shun was still laughing at my last message in the chat when he hit his daily message limit. He didn't take me seriously at all. 200 million lords in the Nine Darkness Forest. What were the chances I'd ever find him? He went about his business, ordering his lackey to buy 8 units of elite food from my store for his wolves. When the meat arrived and he tossed it to them, every single wolf went berserk. Eyes blood red, teeth bared, loyalty crashing by at least 10 points each. Wang Shun panicked, thinking the food was spoiled. He cursed me for being a scam merchant and tried to take the meat back. Then he looked at the label. Nine Darkness Wolf Meat, Elite. He'd just tried to feed his wolves their own kind's flesh. The The same wolves my troops had slaughtered right outside his territory. The realization hit him like lightning. If I had 9 darkness wolf meat, and those wolves died near his territory, then my territory had to be right next door. He collapsed to the ground. Years of being a keyboard warrior, and he'd been trash-talking his neighbor the entire time. He scrambled to open the chat and apologize. Message limit reached. He tried sending me a friend request. Blacklisted. No way to contact me at all. Then he heard my voice. Wang Shun. He spun around and saw me standing just outside his territory walls. Tall, calm, smiling. He screamed and crawled backward. Are you human or ghost? I didn't answer that. I just asked him if he'd ever considered, while playing keyboard warrior, that someone might show up at his door. He tried to bargain first, said he'd clear my name tomorrow once his messages refreshed. I didn't budge. Then he got tough again, threatening that he still controlled public opinion and could destroy my trading business for days. He pointed out that the newbie barrier was still up and I couldn't touch him. I smiled and took one step forward, straight through his barrier, into his territory. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull. The 7-day protection that was supposed to be absolute. I just walked right through it like it wasn't there. He had no idea about the territory overlap rule. He had no idea the system had lifted restrictions between us 12 hours ago. His brain raced. He looked behind me. Empty forest, no troops visible anywhere. He concluded I'd come alone, without a single soldier. In his mind, I just walked into his territory unarmed and unguarded. He licked his dry lips. His fear turned to murderous intent. Attack, he screamed. The Wolf King and 7 wolves launched at me, fangs bared, reeking of blood. The wolves charged at me. The Wolf King was incredibly fast in its elite armor, 6th-rank power rivaling 7th rank. Within seconds it was 10 meters away, leaping with its armored claw swinging down. It missed completely, slammed nothing but empty air. The Wolf King looked confused, swatting at nothing over and over. Old Chang's disorientation field was already active, invisible above me, warping the wolf's sense of direction. I clapped my hands. Let's begin. Old Chang's flaming skull rose behind me. Then Xiao Cheng floated over and opened his massive mouth. A swirling portal appeared, and my entire ghost army marched out. Xiao Yi and Xiao Lai first, both 8th rank. Then 18 soldiers filed out behind them. Wang Shun's face went white. He recognized them. The same starving ghost that had crippled his wolves. The same beautiful woman who'd sliced his mouth open. He touched his scarred cheeks with trembling fingers. These are your troops, smart, I said flatly. But too late. Xiao Yi activated his hunger field. The wolves, already underfed, collapsed into starvation. Their combat power plummeted. Xiao Yi charged the Wolf King, each step cratering the ground despite his skeletal frame. Xiao Lai went straight for Wang Shun. Cut off the head and the body dies. Wang Shun screamed and ran, threatening to expose my ghost troops in the chat. His fingers flew across his panel with keyboard warrior's speed, typing everything out in seconds. But he'd forgotten. He'd used all 10 daily messages mocking me earlier. Send failed. Before he could forward it to an ally, Xiao Lai's spinning scissors took his right hand clean off. Blood sprayed everywhere. He fell to his knees, begging. He'd give me everything. All his resources. His wolves would be useful to me. He swore never to oppose me again. Kill you, and all of that is mine anyway, I said. Including your troops. He opened his mouth to argue his value. No chance. A silver disc flashed past his neck. His head flew off. His wolves saw their lord die. With their loyalty already in the gutter, they tucked their tails between their legs and surrendered on the spot. I walked to his boundary stone. No protection left. One punch and it shattered. His fortress crumbled. His warehouse spilled open, resources piling into a small mountain. The system confirmed it. Fengdu had conquered the 9 Darkness Wolf territory. I could now migrate his troop building into my territory. The 5-star 9 Darkness Wolves would become my second troop type. This was my first time killing another lord. My first real war against another territory. But I felt no guilt. In this world, every king's throne was built on the bones of his enemies. 6 days in this world had already transformed my mindset completely. I ordered my ghosts to load everything into Xiao Cheng's portal and march the captured wolves back to Fengdu. The whole operation, travel, battle, looting, return, took less than 2 hours. Meanwhile, the chat was still buzzing with insults about me. Wang Shun's allies were promoting themselves as replacements, urging everyone to boycott my goods and buy from them instead. They had no idea their leader was already a headless corpse lying in the ruins of his territory. I'd stayed silent through all the trash talk. No explanations, no excuses. Words were meaningless without power behind them. I typed one final message. Wang Shun, who dared cross me, is dead. Anyone else who wants to trash talk me, consider the consequences first. My one-line message hit the chat like a bomb. No explanations, no apologies. Just, Wang Shun is dead, and anyone else who wants to trash talk me should think carefully. People didn't believe it at first. Then they checked their friend lists. Wang Shun's name was grayed out. That only happened when a lord died. Panic spread instantly. The people who'd been insulting me went silent or started frantically buying my goods to get on my good side. My shelves emptied in seconds. Some celebrated. Some wanted revenge. But most of the trash talkers were terrified I'd come for them next. A bunch rushed to apologize and prove their sincerity by purchasing everything I had on the market. Wang Shun's closest ally, a big guy named Niu Lianghan from the ruined Boer territory, refused to believe I'd actually killed Wang Shun. He convinced himself Wang Shun must have died to a monster while hunting outside, and I'd just claimed credit to look tough. He secretly gathered other allies to plan a revenge attack after the Locust disaster ended. He had no idea what was actually coming. Long Qing, on the other hand, was thrilled. She'd never doubted me. While everyone was arguing about my reputation, she'd actually been out fighting. Her dragon army had wiped out an entire razor boar herd during the full moon's aftermath. She was getting stronger fast, building alliances with honorable lords, and had always refused Wang Shun's invitations to team up against me. Back in Fengdu, I sorted through the loot. One human-type elite armor set, the wolf-type elite equipment I'd literally just forged. Wang Shun hadn't even warmed it up before it came right back to me. 158 energy stones, 2 crystal essences, 320 units of water, loads of regular food, and most importantly, a wolf king, 7 wolves, and the wolf den troop building. I placed the wolf den next to the ghost gate inside my fortress. The moment I set it down, something unexpected happened. The den started crumbling apart. Before I could react, the ghost gate flared with intense ghostly light and sucked in every fragment of the collapsing den along with all 8 captured wolves. Inside the ghost gate, the Yin-Yang path split. A new branch formed, and at its end stood a completely transformed wolf den. The troop building had mutated. Shadow Wolf Den Unique Class Troop Building. Level 2. For summons per day, but they weren't regular 9 Darkness Wolves anymore. They were 9 Darkness Shadow Wolves. The Ghost Gate had absorbed and corrupted the entire building, fusing it with undead energy and upgrading it to Unique Class. My second troop type wasn't just wolves. It was Ghost Wolves. 8 figures emerged from the new Shadow Wolf Den inside the Ghost Gate. 9 Darkness Shadow Wolves, completely transformed from what they used to be. Their bodies had swollen larger, covered in purple-black bone armor with ghostly fire seeping through the gaps. They looked like creatures straight out of hell. Every stat had jumped massively: attack, defense, speed, loyalty. Best of all, they were now undead like my ghosts. No food, no water, no rest needed. 24-hour workers with permanent, full loyalty. Their star rating had climbed from 5 to 6 stars. A complete upgrade. I immediately saw the potential. I assigned the Wolf King as Xiao Lai's personal mount and paired the other 7 wolves with soldiers 1 through 7. Just like that, I had a wolf-riding ghost cavalry. Fast, deadly, and terrifying to look at. The only limitation was that the Shadow Wolf Den couldn't be upgraded past the Ghost Gates level. I sent everyone out to grind levels and turned my attention to the magic field. The seed had grown into a 3-meter tree with thick branches and leaves. At the top, a single flower bud the size of a fist glowed bright red. It had taken over 10 elite monster corpses worth of blood and 4 days to get this far. I touched the bark and whispered that I hoped it wouldn't disappoint me. The leaves rustled like it heard me. By the evening of day 6, the full moon rose again. Lords were braver now. Most could handle moon-buffed regular monsters. My forces were out hunting hard. Then Xiao Lai brought back something unexpected from a stream about 3,000 meters out. Giant golden crabs, each one the size of a king crab, weighing 8 to 10 pounds. 18 of them. My mouth watered on sight. I kept 2 of the fattest ones and listed the rest on the trade market at 1 energy stone per pound. Outrageously expensive, and I didn't care. Rich lords would pay anything for real food in this world. Poor lords would complain at any price. The chat went wild. People couldn't believe river crabs this big existed. Some drooled, remembering king crab from Earth. Others joked about the price. Does eating this crab make you ascend to heaven? One lord said he'd lost 6 pounds competing with his monkeys for food. Another claimed he'd lost 30 pounds, then clarified he'd actually just lost a leg. Dark humor, but that was life here. Everything sold out in under 15 minutes. Over 100 energy stones earned. The chat felt lively and cheerful, but I wasn't fooled. This was the calm before the storm. Many lords knew they probably wouldn't survive the locust disaster tomorrow. They were using jokes and banter to distract themselves, squeezing out whatever happiness they could before the end. Xiao Lai brought my dinner, a massive 10-pound crab, perfectly steamed with dipping sauce tailored exactly to my taste. She'd learned over these days that I preferred light, slightly sweet flavors. She cracked the shell open with her bare hands and fed me chunk after chunk of tender crab meat. Every bite was packed with rich, fresh flavor. Being the Lord of Fengdu meant I deserved to enjoy life. I wasn't some monk sworn to suffering. Right in the middle of this perfect moment, Soldier 1 came racing in on his shadow wolf. Lord Yama, we've discovered a medium-sized tribe at the edge of our territory range. I swallowed my crab meat and listened carefully. Soldier 1 reported that the wolf cavalry had been watching the crude iron mine as I'd ordered. They spotted a team transporting ore and followed them back to their base, a medium-sized tribe of 8-blade mantis people, right at the edge of my territory range. I hadn't attacked the iron mine directly because 5 different tribes shared control of it. Hitting one would bring all 5 down on me. Instead, I'd sent scouts to find opportunities to pick them off individually. The Mantis tribe's strongest fighter was likely a 9th-rank commander-level monster, with at least 2 8th-rank elites. Serious firepower, even for my current forces. But one of those 8th-rank elites usually stayed at the mine and traveled with the ore shipments. If I waited for that one to leave, I'd only face 1 8th-rank elite plus the 9th-rank commander. Mining was primitive here, manual labor, block by block. Each shipment took about 7 days to gather, roughly 30,000 units. If I crushed the Mantis tribe fast enough, the other tribes at the mine wouldn't know immediately. And honestly, they might even thank me. Fewer tribes meant bigger shares for everyone else. I told Soldier 1 to keep watching and notify me the moment the 8th-rank elite left the tribe. This battle had to happen during daytime, not under the full moon. A 9th-rank commander with doubled combat power would be beyond anything my ghosts could handle. I asked Xiao Lai if she was confident. She clenched her fists and flexed her arms to show me. Her sleeve slipped and gave me quite a view. I got a bit distracted. She was more developed than I'd realized. She caught me staring, turned bright red, stuffed crab meat into my mouth, and ran off to prepare my bath water. Having a maid like her, what more could a lord ask for? The lords who'd bought my crabs were raving in the chat about how incredible they tasted. Some said it was the first time in 6 days they'd felt like modern humans again. Others cried about their terrible meals. One poor guy had his 3 wild fruits stolen by his own useless pig troops. After my bath, Xiao Cheng drifted back and deposited several elite monster corpses over the magic field. The blood dripped down, feeding the tree. This batch must have been high quality, because the magic tree suddenly burst into bloom. The fragrance was incredible, sweeter and richer than osmanthus flowers. A system alert warned me that the blooming would attract monsters within 3,000 meters for the next 8 hours until the fruit ripened. But I wasn't worried at all. My ghosts had killed literally everything within that radius. Not even rats survived. The whole area was a dead zone. Plus, the newbie barrier was still active. Nothing could get into Fengdu anyway. I crawled into bed naked and fell asleep surrounded by the sweet scent of magic flowers. Outside, something I didn't notice was happening. A faint beam of light connected the blooming flower to the full moon above. The magic fruit didn't just need elite monster blood to ripen. It also needed to absorb the moon's mysterious energy. Dawn of day 7. The moon dropped, debuffs lifted, and I jumped out of bed. Looking down from my 3rd-floor window, the magic tree had withered completely, but hanging from a dried branch was a blood-red fruit. I leaped straight down from the 3rd floor, My body was nearly 5th rank now, strong enough to fight dozens of men without rest. A few meters was nothing. The fruit was called Fire Magic Fruit. Eating it would awaken soul-burning hellfire, an invisible flame that burned enemies' souls. The weaker the target, the stronger the effect. I knew exactly who should have this. Old Chang, my wall-hitting ghost. His disorientation ability was incredible, but purely supportive. He could trap and weaken enemies for hours, but couldn't actually kill them efficiently. With this hellfire, he could first trap enemies in his maze, drain their strength, then ignite their weakened souls. A perfect combination. Old Chang ate the fruit. Blood-red flames erupted around him, mixing with his green ghost fire. When the fire settled, his eye sockets now burned with soul-burning hellfire instead of regular ghost fire. His rank jumped to 8th, matching Xiao Lai and Xiao Yi. 3 8th-rank ghosts in my army now. Daily summoning time. 6 morning sticks plus 4 wolves from the Shadow Den. 10 figures emerged, but not a single high-quality ghost among them. 6 3rd-rank Yin soldiers and 4 2nd-rank Shadow Wolves. Disappointing, but I moved on. I assigned the wolves to Xiao Lai's cavalry. My 3 custom equipment trades were all completed. From them, I'd gotten the star upgrade card, already used on Xiao Lai, plus an unidentified blueprint and a boss-level monster summoning scroll. The scroll summoned a regular boss, not a regional one. Regular bosses were newly promoted, without overwhelming power or large armies. Perfect for a practice run before facing the Bloodbat, which was an established regional boss with an entire Poison Bat tribe under it. The blueprint required medium fortress level to identify, which I'd just reached. I activated it immediately. Forgetting River, a unique defensive building. At level 1, every non-Fengdu unit inside its boundary automatically lost 1 full rank. Commander level and above were exempt, but everything else got weakened. If I built it as a moat around my fortress, every invading monster or enemy lord's troops would drop a rank the moment they entered. Elite-level enemies would become regular level. This was a game-changer for both the Locust Disaster and the Bloodbat fight. Building cost, 10,000 units of water, 1,000 energy stones, 10 crystal essence. Brutal. I was short on water by about half. I immediately listed an elite armor set on the market, accepting only water as payment, and switched all my ordinary gear listings to prioritize water too. By the time the Locust Disaster hit, I should have enough. The chat noticed my sudden thirst for water, and the jokes wrote themselves. I ignored them. I turned to Soldier 1 and asked the question that mattered. Has the 8th rank elite left the Mantis tribe yet? Soldier 1 confirmed the 8th rank elite had left the tribe. I gave the order, full assault. Every single unit deployed, 28 ghosts and 11 shadow wolves, charging toward the 8-blade Mantis tribe. Watching my entire army leave, I looked up at the golden barrier still shimmering above Fengdu. After today, it would vanish. Every lord would step out of the newbie village for real. Death rates would skyrocket. Starting tomorrow, I'd probably need to travel with my ghost army instead of lounging in my fortress. At only 4th rank, staying home alone without protection was actually more dangerous than going out with my troops. I'd need to leave some defenders behind to guard the boundary stone, though. I consoled myself. Once my daily summons hit 100 ghosts, I could go back to being lazy. With 10 new units per day between ghosts and wolves, that wasn't far off. Just a few hard days ahead. 7,000 meters out, the Mantis tribe sat against a massive banyan tree. 2,000 Mantis people total, over half ordinary rank, the rest elite. 1 8th rank elder, 2 7th rank elders, and the 9th rank commander-level chieftain currently in residence. A serious force. Xiao Lai had already started the operation. She'd caught a lone Mantis scout and smashed all 8 of his blade arms off with her bare hands, turning an 8-blade Mantis into a 0-blade Mantis. She interrogated him at scissor point. Mouth split wide open, and the terrified creature spilled everything about the tribe's layout, numbers, and patrol schedules. His intel matched what Soldier 1 had gathered. Then Xiao Lai did something brilliant and ridiculous at the same time. She told the armless Mantis to go back to his tribe and tell the chieftain that she was waiting here to fight him. Alone. The Mantis looked at her like she was crazy. Just you? What? You think a 6th rank warrior like me can't handle it? She snapped, hands on her hips. No my fool. The Mantis asked carefully. Of course not. I'm not stupid enough to tell you I have 4 fifth-rank subordinates hiding in the trees. She said it with absolute pride, as if she'd just outwitted him. The mantis stared in disbelief. How could someone this dumb be this powerful? Life was truly unfair. He stumbled off toward the tribe on his legless body, falling flat on his face several times. Once around a corner, he peeked back and saw Xiao Lai huddled with 4 soldiers, clearly plotting something. He got excited. He'd outsmarted the enemy. He'd uncovered their ambush. The guy his whole tribe called the village idiot had finally done something clever. What he didn't know was that those 4 visible soldiers were the bait. The real army, over 24 ghosts, shadow wolves, and 2 8th-rank ghosts, was hidden well beyond his sight, waiting for the chieftain to take the bait and walk right into Old Chang's killing field. What the Zero-Blade Mantis didn't realize was that everything Xiao Lai did was an act. The moment he was gone, Old Chang floated out from the trees. He'd eaten the fire magic fruit and was sharper than ever. He could even crack jokes now. He asked Xiao Lai if she really thought the mantis would fall for her performance. She thumped her chest confidently. My acting is so good that even Lord Yama praised it. Old Chang paused, then said, "Can you stop playing the idiot next time? It's too convincing." He vanished into the forest before she could get angry. This was Xiao Lai's plan. The tribe was too strong for a direct assault. 1 9th-rank commander, 1 8th-rank elite, 2 7th-rank elders, plus a massive number of regular fighters. Charging in blind on unfamiliar terrain would mean heavy losses even in victory. With the Locust disaster coming tomorrow, she couldn't afford to weaken my forces. So she chose to lure the strongest fighters out, separate them, and pick them off one by one before ganging up on the commander. Meanwhile, the Zero-Blade Mantis stumbled back to his tribe, convinced he'd outsmarted Xiao Lai. The tribe was built around a colossal banyan tree, with wooden houses along its trunk and a long staircase leading up nearly 100 meters to the chieftain's palace. Inside the palace, the chieftain, a 3-meter-tall monster covered in metallic armor with 8 purple glowing blade arms, was celebrating his recent promotion to 9th rank. His 3 elders were showering him with flattery. He was in the middle of grabbing a female mantis to celebrate when the Zero-Blade Mantis came crashing through the door screaming about disaster. The chieftain's mood turned black instantly. What could possibly be wrong about my promotion to 9th rank, he thundered. The armless mantis realized the mood was all wrong and quickly switched tactics. He dropped the panic act and reported what had happened. An enemy force from another world wanted to attack the tribe. He'd been captured but never revealed a single piece of tribal information, even as they snapped off all 8 of his arms. He proudly showed off his stumps. Then he delivered the message. The enemy leader was only 6th rank with 4 5th-rank subordinates, and she'd challenged the chieftain to come fight. He also added his clever discovery that he'd secretly spied on the enemy and confirmed it was just those 5 huddled together plotting. The chieftain and all 3 elders burst out laughing. A 6th-rank nobody challenging a 9th-rank commander? With only 4 underlings? Absolutely hilarious. The chieftain stood up. Let me show you how I crush insects like these with one hand. They were walking straight into the trap. The chieftain didn't bother coming himself. 2 7th-rank elders volunteered to handle it, arguing that such weak enemies weren't worth the boss's personal attention. The chieftain agreed, waved them off, and called for wine and female mantises to celebrate his recent promotion. The elders declared, "We'll be back before the drinks get cold," and charged out with dozens of elite mantis warriors. They arrived at the spot where Xiao Lai had been. Nobody there. They assumed the enemy had fled in terror and pushed forward to chase. Within minutes, they were walking in circles. Old Chang's disorientation field had swallowed them completely. They'd never experienced anything like it, lost on their own doorstep. Back in Fengdu, I was pacing nervously. My entire army had been gone for a while, and I hadn't received a single kill notification. Had something gone wrong? Then it started. Old Chang lit the soul-burning hellfire. Blood-red flames erupted across every elite mantis warrior simultaneously. The fires didn't burn their bodies, they burned their souls. The warriors panicked, feeling their strength drain away even though their armor showed no damage. Xiao Lai and her wolf cavalry burst from the trees. 11 riders. Her on the Wolf King, 17 soldiers on shadow wolves. The cavalry smashed into the weakened mantis ranks like a hammer. In a single charge, nearly 10 warriors died. Ancient truth held, cavalry destroys infantry. Xiaolai targeted the two 7th-rank elders directly. Her scissors had evolved with her star upgrade into something resembling massive fire tongs, wickedly sharp. The Wolf King body slammed one elder while she snipped off a blade arm. She was holding back, making herself look barely stronger than them, just a sliver above 7th rank. The other elder, the one missing an arm, watched his soldiers getting slaughtered and panicked. He was outmatched and he knew it. Rather than fight, he shouted to his partner to hold the line while he ran back for reinforcements. The moment one elder fled, the remaining soldiers lost all will to fight. Dozens of Mantis warriors scattered in every direction, but none could escape Old Chang's maze. The Yin soldiers on their wolves hunted them down one by one, cutting through the disoriented, soul-burned enemy like a scythe through wheat. The trap was working perfectly, and the fleeing elder was about to lead the chieftain right into the next phase. Xiaolai made quick work of the brave 7th-rank elder. One snip and his head came off. Then she chased down the fleeing one-armed elder, cutting off his blade arms one by one until he only had one left. Then she pulled off the next phase of her plan brilliantly. She let Old Chang's disorientation field drop, making it look like an accident. She slapped her own forehead and muttered loud enough for the surviving elder to hear. The formation failed. This was supposed to be used on the chieftain, not wasted on a 7th-rank underling. I don't know if our remaining tricks will even work. She slowed her wolf down just enough to let the one-armed elder escape back to the tribe. Every elite Mantis soldier, however, was killed. Not one survived. Back at the palace, the one-armed elder burst in screaming about an ambush, blaming the Zero-Blade Mantis for false intelligence. The two crippled Mantis men started arguing and almost fought each other, each terrified of taking the blame. The chieftain watched in silent agony. In less than 30 minutes, he'd lost one 7th-rank elder dead, another crippled, and dozens of elite soldiers wiped out. He felt like he'd been cursed with the two dumbest subordinates in existence. The 8th-rank elder volunteered to go next. The chieftain tiredly agreed, warning him to bring more soldiers and watch for traps. The one-armed elder helpfully reported the enemies. True, strength. One fighter at 7th-rank peak, the rest 6th rank. Exactly what Xiaolai wanted him to think. The 8th-rank elder marched out with 500 elite warriors, the largest force my ghosts had ever faced. Any single one of those Mantis elites could threaten a normal lord's entire territory. But for my army, they were nothing. My weakest Yin soldier was already elite rank, and far stronger than any Mantis warrior. Back in Fengdu, I'd been pacing for a while with no kill notifications. Then suddenly, a flood of them. Dozens of elite kills rolling in, plus a 7th-rank kill. Xiaolai was doing incredible work. White light hit me. I'd reached 5th rank, strong enough now to beat 80% of Lord's best troops in a straight fight, though I'd never actually trained in combat. Then Xiao Cheng floated back, carrying the first batch of loot. Massive amounts of energy stones, and most importantly, hundreds of Mantis blade arms. Every single 8-blade Mantis dropped 8 arms, and each arm counted as an elite-grade weapon. I stared at the mountain of elite blades piling up and my heart raced. The Mantis tribe was basically a walking elite weapon factory. Kill 1, get 8 elite weapons. This raid was the smartest thing I'd ever done. Xiao Cheng said there was way more coming. Too much to carry in one trip. Today was the last day of the newbie period. Every lord would be spending their savings on gear to survive tomorrow's disaster. I wasn't going to sit around. I was going to hold the biggest sale in 9 Darkness Forest history. I was about to sell over 10,000 elite-grade weapons. The chat had moved on from ghosts and Wang Shun's death. Everyone was focused on one thing. The newbie period was ending. Tomorrow, the Locust disaster would hit. Lords were debating whether protection ended at midnight or 4 in the morning. Most figured it was 4, matching the daily refresh timer, which meant one more summoning cycle. Some lords didn't even know troop buildings could be upgraded. 7 days of protection wasted. I couldn't even feel sorry for them. The smarter lords were discussing the real threats. Native creatures hated us. There was no negotiating with them. Only a few dozen lords across the entire forest had managed to wipe out small tribes. Those lords would likely perform best in the disaster. Everyone else was scrambling for last-minute gear. One lord posted excitedly that a 7th-rank elite monster had voluntarily joined his territory after he upgraded to small fortress. Everyone went crazy with envy. Meanwhile, I'd upgraded to medium fortress and gotten 0 volunteers. Not a single native wanted to join Fengdu. Annoying. The trade market was on fire. Every piece of elite equipment that appeared got snatched instantly. Lords had been saving resources for 7 days, and today was the day to spend everything on survival gear. I posted my announcement. Tonight at 8, I'd list a massive batch of special elite weapons. These were Mantis blade arms, usable by any troop type, not just humanoid. No crystal essence embedded, so they'd be cheaper than standard elite weapons. People asked how many, a large amount, meant. I told them, about 10,000. The chat exploded. 10,000 elite weapons from one lord. People couldn't wrap their heads around it. What kind of troops could possibly produce that much loot? Over in the Swift Monkey territory, Sun Li was apparently having a moment of self-reflection. The kid who'd once thought he could rival me now admitted he'd been naive. He just wanted to be my follower at this point. His monkeys were fast and decent in attack, but had terrible defense. Regular weapons could cut right through them. He desperately needed elite gear. He'd been sitting on mountains of refined iron after getting 3 smelting pool blueprints, all duplicates, plus tens of thousands of crude iron ore. He'd tried to trade iron at my auction, but I hadn't picked his offer. Now he was saving everything for tonight's sale. My ghost army was still out there tearing through the Mantis tribe, and Xiao Cheng kept shuttling back loads of blade arms. Kill 1 Mantis, get 8 elite weapons. The math was beautiful. Tonight's sale was going to reshape the entire 9 Darkness Forest. After hours of trading for water, my warehouse finally crossed 10,000 units. Time to build the Forgetting River. 1 line units of water, 1,000 energy stones, 10 crystal essences, all gone in an instant. A massive water tornado erupted skyward, glittering with crystal and stone light. It circled my entire territory once, then slammed down along the perimeter. The ground rumbled as an invisible force carved a perfectly uniform channel around Fengdu. The water settled into a moat, the Forgetting River. Level 1. Only about 1 meter wide and deep, looking like an ordinary stream. But its effect was devastating. Every non-Fengdu unit that crossed it automatically dropped 1 full rank. A perfect defensive ring, and it could be upgraded later. This wiped out most of my stored crystals and stones. If I wanted to reach large fortress before protection ended, I needed the Mantis tribe's resources to fill the gap. Plus, their chieftain was commander level. I'd never killed anything that high. Who knows what it might drop? I slapped Xiao Cheng's round belly and sent him to the battlefield to at least cheer the troops on. Out at the battlefront, the 8th rank elder had arrived with over 500 elite Mantis warriors. A terrifying charge, every one of them armed with natural blade weapons and bone armor. Any normal lord would wet themselves seeing this. My ghosts didn't know the meaning of fear. Xiaoyi stood on a high tree and moaned his hunger curse. The front 100+ Mantis warriors instantly felt crippling starvation, their combat power dropping to almost nothing. Old Cheng lit his dual fires, green ghost flame and red soul-burning hellfire, making the weakened enemies even more helpless. 14 soldiers formed a spear and shield battle formation. Born warriors who died on ancient battlefields, their tactical coordination far outclassed these brainless bugs. The wolf cavalry tore through the debuffed enemy ranks like wolves among sheep. Literally 1 spear thrust per kill. At 6th rank with Shadow Wolf momentum, they fought at 7th rank level. Xiao Lai went straight for the 8th rank elder. He ranted about protecting his homeland and how the Mantis tribe would rule the forest. Xiao Lai's mouth split open ear to ear, and she screamed back, "Shut up! Fengdu is the strongest. The 9 Darkness Forest belongs to us. Lord Yama will lead his ghost army to sweep all races." The Wolf King fired a green shadow blast that knocked the elders stumbling backward. Then Xiao Lai's silver disc flashed once across his throat. 1 hit. Instant kill. At 7-star evil ghost rank with the Wolf King's support, she'd become devastatingly powerful. The elder grabbed his throat in disbelief and collapsed. With their strongest fighter dead, the Mantis army shattered. Hungry, soul-burned, leaderless, they broke and ran. My ghosts cut them down mercilessly. Over 400 of the 500 elites died. Less than 100 escaped wounded. The experience gains were enormous. My newest 3rd rank soldiers jumped to 5th rank. The veterans all reached 7th rank. Xiao Lai hit 9th rank, just one step below commander level. Xiao Yi was right behind her. Old Chang and Xiao Cheng reached 8th rank. Meanwhile, back in Fengdu, I watched the kill notifications flooding in. White light hit me. I'd reached 5th rank. The stream of loot Xiao Cheng kept delivering was staggering. Mountains of mantis blade arms, each one an elite weapon. Xiao Lai left Xiao Cheng to clean up and haul loot. Then she rallied the army for the final assault on the Mantis tribe's base, that massive banyan tree where the 9th-ranked chieftain was waiting. We charge. Lord Yama must get the highest score in the Locust disaster. My ghost army surged toward the banyan tree, hungry for the kill. The chieftain lost his mind when a blood-soaked soldier stumbled in reporting that the 8th-rank elder was dead and enemies were at the palace gates. He glared at the two useless mantis men, Zero Blade and One Blade, and decapitated both of them in a rage before they could finish speaking. 2 green blood fountains erupted. Before the chieftain could rally his troops, Xiao Lai and the ghost army smashed through the palace walls. They'd ignored every guard along the way, charging straight for the king. Xiao Lai grinned with her mouth split wide open. The chieftain stumbled backward in horror. Then everything hit him at once. Xiao Yi's starvation aura, Old Chang's disorientation field, and soul-burning hellfire. A freshly promoted 9th-rank commander, drowning in debuffs before the fight even started. He tried to run. The Wolf King cut him off. Xiao Lai was behind him with her scissors. Nowhere to go. The chieftain screamed for his entire tribe to come save him. Every mantis in the settlement, over 1,000, elite and ordinary alike, charged toward the palace. Mayin soldiers formed up and fought them head-on with Xiao Yi's support. We took our first casualty. Soldier 12 got overwhelmed and killed by 3 mantis warriors. But being a ghost, he'd returned from the Yellow Springs in 24 hours at full strength. A temporary loss, nothing permanent. Xiao Lai finished the chieftain in under 3 minutes. The 9th-rank commander couldn't even touch her. She was too fast, especially on the Wolf King. His insect eyes could only see afterimages. One final snip and his head came off. The remaining mantis forces scattered. I'd ordered no survivors, and the Shadow Wolves' speed made sure of that. Not a single one escaped to warn the tribes at the iron mine. The slaughter lasted hours. My ghosts were emotionless killing machines. Xiao Lai deliberately funneled experience to the newer soldiers. She needed something beyond simple grinding to reach 10th rank anyway. Final army status: Xiao Lai, Xiao Yi, and Old Chang at 9th rank. Xiao Cheng and the Wolf King at 8th. Every other ghost and wolf at 7th rank. A terrifying force built in just 7 days. The loot from the medium-sized tribe was absolutely insane. Xiao Cheng made trip after trip and still couldn't carry it all in one go. The tribe's warehouse held 8,000 molted shell vests, wearable by humans, covering the torso, with elite-level defense. Basically discount elite armor in massive quantities. Combined with everything from the battlefield, my inventory now included 12,000 elite blade arms, 8,000 ordinary blade arms, 8,000 elite shell vests, tens of thousands of energy stones, over a dozen crystal essences, and mountains of wood, stone, water, and crude iron ore. I was just a sliver of refined iron short of upgrading to large fortress. The system warned me that destroying a medium-sized tribe had drawn hostile attention from other tribes in the area. I didn't care. Not right now. I stared at the chieftain's mangled corpse, my first commander-level kill ever. A 9th-rank body had to contain something special. I rubbed my hands together and selected Harvest. Yes, the chieftain's body dissolved into light the moment I harvested it. The drops were incredible. 8 commander-level blade arms about 2.5 meters long, far sharper than any elite weapon. A commander-level soft armor suit. 9 energy stones, 1 crystal essence, a random magic seed, and an unidentified blueprint. Commander-level gear was a whole tier above elite. Equipment in this world ranked from ordinary, elite, commander, extraordinary, king grade, to saint grade. I wasn't selling any of this. My ghosts already had elite-level equipment built in, so elite gear barely helped them. But commander level was a true upgrade. I gave Xiao Yi 2 blade arms. They fused with his skeletal hands, finally giving him proper close combat weapons to match Xiao Lai. Soldiers 1 and 2 each got 1 to replace their elite spears. I kept the soft armor for myself, lightweight, didn't restrict movement, and even kept me warm. Starting tomorrow, I'd need real protection since the barrier was disappearing. I tossed the new magic seed into the field and had a soldier fetch stored elite monster blood from the warehouse to water it. Lesson learned from last time. No more wasting meat by dumping whole corpses on the soil. Then the blueprint. I identified it and stared in disbelief. It looked like a satellite dish with tiny dots scattered around it. Beidou Video System, a surveillance network. Build the main station, then mass-produce crystal cameras that could transmit real-time footage from tens of thousands of miles away. Basically security cameras for a fantasy world. The cost made me choke. The main station alone needed 1,000 refined iron, 1,000 energy stones, and 100 crystal essences. Each individual camera cost one more crystal essence. I only had about 20 crystals total. The Mantis tribe, over 1,000 elite kills, had only dropped around a dozen. This thing would have to wait until 100 crystals felt like pocket change. The full moon rose. 2 hours until my 8 o'clock sale. I sent my ghosts out to grind and check the chat. It was heartbreaking. Lords were terrified about tomorrow's locust disaster. Some were resigned to death, crying about never getting strong troops. Others desperately went hunting at night and got torn apart by moon-buffed monsters within seconds of leaving their barriers. Weaker lords begged 5-star lords for help, suggesting they'd light fires so dragons could spot their smoke. But nobody was going to waste their forces saving strangers, not when the top performer in the disaster would win that unique reward. Everyone was competing, not cooperating. Long Qing was getting flooded with desperate requests too. People she couldn't save even if she wanted to. When she didn't respond, they turned vicious, cursing her, calling her heartless. It was tearing her up inside. She'd grown up in a military family with serve the people drilled into her bones, refusing to help win against everything she believed in. She was on the verge of tears when she noticed a new message in the chat from me. I couldn't just sit there watching the chat tear itself apart. I spoke up for Long Qing and told people the truth. Nobody had the power to save anyone else right now. Blaming the strong lords for not helping was pointless. Everyone needed to focus on strengthening themselves. It made some people angry. A guy named Niu Lianghan from the ruined Boer territory, Wang Shun's old ally, jumped out screaming that I was a greedy merchant who had no right to lecture anyone. He cursed me, threatened to destroy Fengdu after the disaster, and rallied others against me. But plenty of lords pushed back. One guy with only a 1-star troop said he'd rather die standing than beg or bully anyone. That hit home for a lot of people. Deep down, everyone knew the truth. Nobody could save them. The insults were just fear and frustration spilling out with the disaster less than 10 hours away. I closed the chat and rested my eyes. Their words couldn't break me. I'd understood since day one. This wasn't Earth anymore. 2 hours later, 8 o'clock sharp. Xiaolai gently woke me. Time to sell. I listed everything at the market's recommended prices, no markups. 8,000 ordinary blade arms at 2 energy stones each. 12,000 elite blade arms at 40 stones each. 8,000 elite shell vests at 60 stones each. For the vests, I set a limit, 1 per lord. No hoarding, no scalpers. I also accepted multiple payment types, energy stones, refined iron, water, wood, stone. Whatever people had, they could use it. The vests were weaker than full elite armor and only covered the torso, but for struggling lords with weak troops, wearing one could mean the difference between life and death tomorrow. The chat went absolutely nuclear. People couldn't believe the scale. Thousands and tens of thousands of items. While other lords were fighting over single pieces of equipment, I was running a wholesale operation. And at fair prices. The shell vests especially, cheap, effective, 1 per customer, were clearly designed to help the weakest lords survive. The mood shifted completely. Lords who'd been cursing me hours ago now felt ashamed. People said I was the only one truly looking out for the common lords. Some were crying as they typed their thanks. The 1 per person limit on vests proved I wasn't trying to squeeze money. I wanted as many lords as possible to have a fighting chance. The backlash reversed hard onto Niu Lianghan and his crew. People called him out for trying to destroy the one lord, actually helping everyone. Mass boycott of his goods. The crowd had finally figured out who the real enemy was. Sales notifications poured in nonstop. Every resource I needed, water, iron, stones, was flooding into my warehouse. Between this sale and the Mantis tribe loot, I was approaching the resources needed for the large fortress upgrade. In 7 days, no lord in the entire Nine Darkness Forest had built more reputation, more influence, or more raw power than me. But every single person was still asking the same question. What was my troop type? Sales notifications kept ringing nonstop. My warehouse filled up fast, and the refined iron shortage disappeared almost instantly. I didn't waste a second. I walked to my boundary stone, looked at the bold characters spelling Fengdu, and said the words. Upgrade territory. 300,000 wood, 150,000 stone, 10,000 water, 3,000 refined iron, 3,000 energy stones. All gone from my warehouse in a blink. The familiar warm white light swallowed my vision. A gentle breeze brushed over me. Even at 5th rank, I still couldn't control my body during the upgrade. I floated weightlessly, mind going completely blank. Minutes later, a massive fortress stood before me. Large fortress, 10,000 meters of territory range. The place was enormous, 10,000 square meters of living space. Grand, imposing, and screaming wealth. Back on Earth, I was just an office worker. A lifetime of saving my pathetic salary couldn't buy anything close to this. But here, 7 days was all it took. A dragon trapped in a pond only needs one storm to take flight. That was me. The next upgrade would transform my territory into something called Ghost Town. That meant from large fortress onward, the territory would reflect the Lord's troop type. Ghost troops meant a ghost-themed territory. Dragon troops would get a dragon town. I found that fascinating, but I ignored the insane resource requirements for now. What mattered was the Ghost Gate. Territory upgrade unlocked its next level, and the troop building was the true measure of a lord's power. I upgraded it immediately. 1,000 energy stones, 100 elite materials, 10 crystal essences consumed. The Ghost Gate expanded massively, now covering over 100 square meters by itself. 8 morning sticks per day, and the chance of summoning high-quality ghosts had jumped to 50%. A coin flip for every pull. Compared to the pitiful odds before, this was a game-changer. The Shadow Wolf Den inside the Ghost Gate also leveled up automatically. 500 more energy stones, 50 elite materials, 5 crystal essences. It could now produce 6 Shadow Wolves per day. Solid improvement. My warehouse was nearly empty after all those upgrades. Even if every item on the trade market sold out, I wouldn't have enough to upgrade anything else for a while. But the sales kept coming in steadily, so I took a hot bath and went to bed early. Tomorrow would be the busiest day yet. The Locust disaster was coming, and after that, I'd be marching alongside my ghost army for the first time. Xiao Lai woke me around 3:30 in the morning with her gentle massage technique. The moment my eyes opened, I could hear it. A dense, overwhelming buzzing. Thousands of large insect wings beating the air. It made my skin crawl even though I knew my barrier was still up. I opened the window and saw them. Demon locusts. Thousands upon thousands, swarming around Fengdu's golden barrier. Most were ordinary rank, about the size of a human head, immature ones. They made up 90% of the swarm. The remaining 10% were fully grown, bigger than tigers. 6th rank, elite level. Every single one had blood-red eyes filled with pure hunger. They wanted to devour everything inside my walls. No negotiation possible. I ate breakfast calmly, then walked to the Ghost Gate. My entire ghost army was already assembled and waiting. About 20 minutes later, 8 morning sticks refreshed. At the same moment, the golden barrier overhead began fading. A system countdown started. 60 seconds until the 7-day protection officially ended. Nice of them to give us a buffer. I used every second of it to start summoning. 8 sticks shattered into ash. The yellow springs inside the Ghost Gate erupted more violently than ever before. Massive waves of murky water crashed and roared. 8 ghosts and 6 shadow wolves emerged through the gate. The wolves came first, 6 third-rank shadow wolves. Standard. Then the ghosts. The very first one made my heart skip. A drenched female ghost. Gray-white tattered robes clinging to her body, exposing unnaturally pale legs. Barefoot, soaking wet hair hanging over her face, dripping water, hiding everything except one eye. A timid, flickering gaze that seemed afraid of the world. A drowned ghost. 7-star quality. She'd been a girl pushed into water by someone she trusted most, drowning to death from betrayal. Despite that horrible end, Her introduction said she still maintained a heart full of reverence for all things. Starting rank, 9th. Commander level. Instantly the strongest unit in my entire army, matching the ceiling my other ghosts had fought days to reach. Peak potential. Holy Soldier, same as Xiao Yi and the upgraded Xiao Lai. After her came 6 4-ranking soldiers. Normal pulls, nothing special. I figured my luck had peaked with the drowned ghost. 1 7-star in a single session was already incredible with the upgraded 50% odds. Then the last figure stepped through the ghost gate, and I realized today was something truly special. He wore a yellow monk's robe, but his neck was bent at an impossible, grotesque angle, clearly broken. A long tongue hung from his gaping mouth. Around his neck dangled a rope that stretched upward into nothing, suspended in midair as if still connected to whatever beam he'd hanged himself from. A hanged ghost. 2 high-quality ghosts in 1 summoning session. On the very day the locust disaster arrived. With my barrier about to drop and thousands of locusts swarming outside my walls. The countdown was still ticking. My new army was assembling, and I was grinning from ear to ear. The hanged ghost. 8-star quality. A ghost general, the rank above evil ghost. His backstory said he was a monk with deep Buddhist knowledge who'd earned an emperor's trust, but one day hanged himself for unknown reasons. Starting rank, 10th. Boss level. Peak potential. Heavenly Soldier, surpassing even Holy Soldier rank. The moment he appeared, he automatically became the highest-ranking commander among all my ghosts, second only to me. Even Xiao Lai fell under his authority now. When Xiao Yi had first appeared as a 7-star, he could only partially keep Xiao Lai in line. But an 8-star ghost general held absolute command over every ghost beneath him. His voice was deep and resonant, nothing like a ghost at all, more like a temple bell. He greeted me respectfully, and I waved my hand, extremely satisfied. A 10th rank unit on my very first day, without protection. This would push my locust disaster score through the roof, far beyond any other lord in the forest. Right then, the countdown hit 0. A soft popping sound, like a bubble bursting. The golden barrier that had protected Fengdu for 7 days vanished completely. Thousands of demon locusts dove straight down with blood-red eyes, shrieking toward my territory. I gave my orders instantly. Xiao Lai would stay by my side as personal protection. Everyone else would spread out and slaughter every locust in sight. There was a small, awkward moment, though. When I said, "Stay close and protect me," Xiao Lai literally wrapped her arms around me and pressed her body against mine. Her soft chest squished against me in ways I couldn't ignore. I had to explain that close protection meant staying nearby, not physically clinging to me. But she wasn't even looking at me. Her eyes were locked on the locusts, ready to kill anything that got within range. She was genuinely just protecting me in the most literal way possible. I decided not to complain too much. It was actually pretty comfortable. Meanwhile, my ghost army went to work. The Yin soldiers formed up with spears and shields, cutting through same-rank locusts without any trouble. Xiao Yi screamed his hunger curse and swung his 2 commander-level blade arms like windmills. No locust could survive a single casual hit from a 9th-rank fighter. Xiao Cheng inflated himself and flew into the sky, body slamming locusts left and right. His thick skin made him completely immune to their attacks. Old Chang's soul-burning hellfire turned locusts into confused, burning wrecks that crashed into each other before disintegrating into ash. The drowned ghost was incredible to watch. She didn't move at all. She just stood there with one eye visible through her wet hair, scanning the sky. Every locust she looked at suddenly had a blue water sphere materialize around its head. They couldn't breathe. No matter how hard they thrashed, smashed into trees, or flew in circles, they all drowned in midair and dropped dead. Eerie and terrifyingly efficient. But the star of the show was the hanged ghost. His broken neck twitched slightly, the rope around it swayed, and suddenly 100 ropes descended from the sky above the battlefield. Any locust caught in those ropes had its neck instantly snapped and twisted at the same grotesque angle as the ghost himself. Dozens died in seconds without anyone even touching them. This was the terrifying reality of having ghosts as troops. With so many different abilities working together, enemies would die without understanding what killed them. Hunger that drained their strength. Mazes that trapped their minds. Fire that burned their souls. Water that drowned them from nothing. Ropes that broke their necks from above. If anyone ever tried to fight Fengdu seriously, they wouldn't even know how they died. Within minutes, every single locust inside my territory was dead. Corpses littered the ground everywhere. I tried harvesting them, but discovered locusts didn't drop energy stones or crystal essences. They were only good for frying and eating. The disaster that had kept countless lords awake for nights, the nightmare that would kill millions today. In Fengdu, it couldn't even make a splash. My newest soldiers and wolves were leveling up rapidly from all the kills. Xiao Lai and I basically had nothing to do, still wrapped together in our awkward protective embrace. I opened the chat and saw something new. A golden scoreboard had appeared. The Locust Disaster Points ranking for the 9 Darkness Forest region. My name sat at the very top. Fengdu, Lord Su Yi, current score, 1,895. Second place was some lord named Xiao Zhanyan, with a red flame pterodactyl troop, sitting at 630. I had triple his score, and the gap was only growing. The chat was losing its mind. People couldn't understand how my score was so impossibly high. Each elite locust was worth 3 points, each ordinary one worth 1 point. They were calculating how many I must have killed, and the numbers didn't make sense to them. Some wondered if I had a secret weapon hidden in my fortress. Useful information was also pouring in. Lords discovered that once you hit 200 points, the remaining locusts would stop targeting the lord personally. Even if all your troops died, the locusts would leave without killing you. 200 points was the survival threshold. Not easy, but achievable for anyone with decent troops and the right preparation. The death counter was plummeting. In just the first 15 minutes, nearly 10 million lords had died across the 9 Darkness Forest. 10 million lives gone in minutes. Those numbers weren't just statistics. They were real people who'd been chatting and joking in the same channel yesterday. But I noticed something important. Since hitting 200 points meant the locusts would spare me personally, there was no reason for me to stay inside my walls anymore. The locusts wouldn't kill me regardless of my score. My troops were strong enough to hunt freely. I made my decision and announced it to my army. Fengdu's ghost forces would march out. Wherever the locusts were thickest, that's where we'd go. More kills meant more points. More points meant the unique first-place reward was mine. I declared it loud and clear. Ghost Army, we march. Hunt every locust you can find. The locusts inside my territory were almost gone. Less than 100 remained, and the few reinforcements drifting in from outside couldn't match my ghost's killing speed. Staying defensive was pointless. While every other lord in the 9 Darkness Forest was huddled inside their walls praying to survive, I made a decision nobody expected. I ordered my ghost army to push outward, spread from Fengdu like a wave, using my territory as the center and sweep everything clean. Hunt the locusts down instead of waiting for them to come to me. Every other lord was playing defense. I was going on offense. My ghosts fanned out in all directions, cutting through swarms as they went. My score climbed rapidly, past 2,000, past 3,000. Soon there wasn't a single living locust anywhere inside my territory range. The monsters that normally roamed the 9 Darkness Forest had all gone into hiding too. The locust swarm was so massive that even commander-level creatures risked being stripped to bare bones if they got caught. Everything was hiding underground or deep in caves. None of them imagined that one lord would actually scatter his forces and charge into the open during the disaster. The hanged ghost returned briefly to ask if he should continue beyond my territory borders. I waved him off without hesitation. Go wherever the locusts are thickest. Kill everything. Without realizing it, my ghosts ended up saving some nearby lords whose territories happened to be close to mine. Their locust swarms thinned out as my forces chewed through the edges. But that was just a side effect, not the goal. Somewhere out there, Long Qing was staring at the scoreboard with a look of pure frustration. Her score wasn't even in the top 5. She had powerful bipedal wyverns, 5-star troops with flight capability, but they weren't fast enough to keep up with agile locusts once the initial dense swarm thinned out. Worse, her dragons were burning through stamina. Every kill cost energy. Eventually they'd slow down and need rest. That was the problem every lord faced except me. Living troops had stamina limits. They got tired, hungry, injured. Each fight drained them a little more. My ghosts had no stamina bar, no fatigue, no need for food or rest. They were tireless killing machines that would keep swinging spears and scissors until every last locust was dead. The gap between me and everyone else wasn't just about power. It was about endurance. Other lords would plateau. I never would. Not everyone was doing well. Across the forest, the death count was catastrophic. In some territories, the story played out the same heartbreaking way over and over. In one territory, a young woman with a clear, pretty face was clutching a large shield, urging her last two rift bears to hold on. She needed just 20 more points to reach 200, the survival threshold where locusts would stop targeting lords. Her bears were bleeding badly, but still fighting. One roared and punched two ordinary locusts dead. She smiled with hope. Then an elite locust sliced open her bear's skull. The second bear got its heart pierced by several ordinary locusts working together. Both collapsed. She was alone, trembling among the swarm, only a dozen points short of safety. A single ordinary locust flew in and bit through a blood vessel in her neck. She bled out in seconds. Just another number vanishing from the chat counter. The lords who'd added her as a friend would only know because her name turned gray in their contact list. That was all the memorial she got. There were thousands of stories like hers happening every minute. The counter was dropping by millions. In another territory, a chubby guy named Ma Ruffling was putting up an incredible fight despite having only a one-star troop. His soldiers were basically all dead, and he was past 100 points, but nowhere near 200. He was fighting locusts himself with one of the elite hand blades I'd sold at low price the night before. He was actually surprisingly agile for his size, leaping and slashing, taking down ordinary locusts one at a time. He kept trash-talking them, yelling for them to line up properly and take turns. He openly thanked me for selling those blades cheap. Without them, he couldn't have afforded any weapon at all for the disaster. But 7 or 8 locusts charged him at once. He stumbled backward, gasping for air, completely out of stamina. He pressed his back against his courtyard wall and gripped his blade with both hands. He screamed that he'd take as many with him as he could. If the locusts had any intelligence, they might have been cautious. But these creatures only knew killing. Several dove at him simultaneously. Ma Ruffin closed his eyes and swung with everything he had left. His final strike. He hit nothing but dirt. The recoil stung his hands. But no locusts touched him. Instead, he heard bodies thumping to the ground all around him. No wing buzzing. Just silence and falling corpses. He opened his eyes and found a monk standing right in front of him. A terrifying monk in yellow robes with a broken neck twisted at an impossible angle, tongue hanging out, and a rope dangling upward from his throat into empty air. The hanged ghost. All around them, hundreds of ropes had descended from the sky. Every locust in the area was dangling lifelessly, necks snapped at that same grotesque angle. The scene was beyond anything Ma Ruffling could have imagined. 100 dead locusts swinging gently from invisible gallows, killed instantly, without anyone lifting a finger. My ghost army had reached his territory while sweeping outward from Fengdu. The hanged ghost had wiped out his entire locust swarm in a single move. Ma Ruffling had no idea who or what had saved him. He just stood there, blade trembling in his hands, staring at the most horrifying and most beautiful sight he'd ever seen. He was alive. Barely. And he had a dead monk with a broken neck to thank for it. My score kept climbing. The scoreboard gap between me and second place was growing wider by the minute. The unique first-place reward was practically guaranteed at this point. But I wasn't slowing down. Every locust my ghost killed was one less that could end someone else's story the way that young woman's had ended. Alone, bleeding, just a few points short of survival. Ma Ruffing screamed the moment he saw the hanged ghost standing in front of him. He didn't fear locusts, but ghosts were a completely different story. He thrashed around on the ground, yelling for the ghost to leave, and his pants got soaked with something yellow. But the hanged ghost just studied him quietly, said, "It's a human, not a locust," and walked away. Ma Ruffin watched in stunned silence as the ghost and several Een soldiers slaughtered every locust in sight before moving on. He couldn't believe he'd survived. He remembered Wang Shun's old claim about special ghost monsters dropping amazing loot. He shook his head and spat several times. He never wanted to see a ghost again. After they left, he picked up his blade, threw off his ruined pants, and went hunting the last few wounded locusts on the ground. 200 points was within reach. About an hour later, the locust disaster was nearly over. The skies above the Nine Darkness Forest were almost completely clear. My score sat at the very top of the leaderboard, 10,000 points. Second place hadn't even reached 2,000. I had more than 5 times the runner-up score. That gap was enough to make every lord's jaw hit the floor. People knew I was ahead, but nobody imagined the distance was this absurd. The chat exploded with relief and celebration. Lords who'd barely survived were screaming about being alive. One guy with a 1-star troop said he'd made it, and everyone demanded to know how. He explained that the ghost Wang Shun had warned about suddenly appeared at his territory and wiped out all the locusts before leaving. Others chimed in with similar stories. A beautiful woman with a split mouth, a soaking wet ghost girl, a skeleton-thin, starving ghost. My forces had swept outward from Fengdu and accidentally saved several nearby lords in the process. Those lords were grateful, but also terrified. They said the ghosts were the most horrifying things they'd ever seen, and they never wanted to encounter them again. One warned everyone to run immediately if they ever spotted a ghost in the wild, because they'd die without understanding how. I smiled reading those messages. I knew exactly what had happened. My ghosts had been hunting locusts in expanding circles around Fengdu and stumbled across those struggling territories along the way. Now I also knew which lords lived near me. All 1-star and 2-star types, nothing threatening. That made sense. The only strong lord near me had been Wang Shun, and I'd already eliminated him. The weak lords nearby were lucky to have survived thanks to my ghosts passing through, but unlucky in the long run. They had no real potential to grow. Eventually, Fengdu's expanding territory would swallow them all. Winners take everything. That rule applied even back on Earth. Then a world announcement appeared. Not just for the 9 Darkness Forest, for every single region across the entire creation continent. It congratulated all surviving lords on passing the initial disaster and announced compensation. Tomorrow's summoning count would be doubled for everyone, and all damaged buildings would be fully restored. Then came the rankings and rewards. This was the moment I'd been waiting for. First place across all regions, 9 Darkness Forest, Fengdu, Lord Suyi. Score, 10,000. Reward, 1 unique special territory building blueprint, 1 troop star upgrade card, and 1 troop rank breaking card. Second place went to someone namely Ingxue from a place called the Extreme Cold Ice Sea with 6,800 points. Third was Mo Fifan from the Endless Desert with 6,766. The gap between second and third was tiny, just 34 points. But the gap between first and second was over 3,000 points. I wasn't just first. I was in a completely different league. The top 10 came from 10 different regions. This was the first time any lord had ever seen information about people outside their own area. Until now, every region was completely isolated, separate chat channels, separate markets, separate worlds. Now, for the first time, everyone realized there were other regions out there with their own powerful lords. The universe just got much bigger. Every single region's chat channel was going crazy discussing the same thing, my name. Lords from the Ice Sea were confused about how someone from the 9 Darkness Forest could score so impossibly high. Dragon-blooded lords with 5-star troops were furious that their 1,000-something points looked pathetic next to mine. People from regions that didn't even place in the top 10 were wondering if their initial disaster had been harder than everyone else's. The questions were all the same no matter which region asked them. What was my troop type? How could one lord so dramatically outperform every other lord on the entire continent? The other 9 top scorers were all relatively close to each other, separated by hundreds of points at most. I stood alone at the summit with a margin of thousands. It didn't make logical sense to anyone. Mo Fifan, the third-place lord from the Endless Desert, apparently declared me his rival and swore he'd never lose to me again. Bold words from someone I'd never met, sitting in a desert on the other side of the world. I looked at my rewards. The star upgrade card I understood. I'd used one on Shaolai before. The rank-breaking card was new and probably even more valuable. But the real prize was the unique special building blueprint. Whatever it was, it would give me something no other lord could ever obtain. A permanent advantage that couldn't be copied or stolen. My name, Suyi, Lord of Fengdu, had just echoed across every corner of the creation continent. Billions of lords and dozens of regions now knew I existed. Some would fear me. Some would want to challenge me. Some would obsess over figuring out my secret. Let them wonder. Let them scheme. The ghost army that carried me to this moment was already stronger than anything they could imagine, and it was growing larger every single day. Today's victory was just the beginning. The real wars, against other top lords, against powerful native forces, against that bloodbath still circling somewhere in the darkness, were all still ahead. But for now, standing in my fortress with 10,000 points glowing next to my name, I allowed myself a moment of quiet pride. 7 days ago, I was a nobody getting yelled at by my boss for stepping into the office with the wrong foot. Now the entire creation continent knew my name. Not bad for a week's work. The chat was going crazy about my rewards. Everyone had opinions, jealousy, admiration, fear. I ignored all of it and focused on what I'd actually received. 3 items: a unique special territory building blueprint, a troop star upgrade card, and a troop rank breaking card. I identified the blueprint immediately. Light flashed across the parchment and revealed a magnificent temple. The Yama Temple, a unique faith building. Level 1 effect. All units under Yama's command get a 10% boost to every stat. It also unlocked a faith system that could massively increase my personal power and set me on the path to becoming a god. Immortal life, supreme authority, unimaginable strength. Even ignoring the faith stuff, a flat 10% boost to my entire army was already incredible. Worthy of being called a unique building. Building it required basic materials plus 1 complete boss-level monster as a sacrifice. Conveniently, I still had that boss monster summoning scroll from the auction trade. The plan was clear: upgrade my ghosts first, summon the boss, kill it, then build the temple. The star upgrade card worked the same as before. The rank breaking card was new. Normally, a 5-star troop maxed out at 10th rank. To push past that ceiling into half-king soldier territory, the unit needed full loyalty of 100, a star upgrade to 6 stars, and then the breaking card. Success wasn't guaranteed either. The more combat experience a unit had gained at 10th rank, especially against powerful enemies, the higher the chance. I called over the hanged ghost. I'd named him Xiao Diao. I asked about his breaking probability. He answered honestly. He'd only killed weak locusts far below his level, so his accumulated experience was low. Maybe 10% chance at best. But if he could solo kill a boss-level monster first, that would jump to 40%. 10% was too risky for such a rare card. But 40% after a boss fight was worth gambling on. I told him he'd get his chance soon. He didn't ask questions, just quietly stepped back. Good soldier. Next, I called Old Chang forward. The wall-hitting ghost had been invaluable to every battle since day 1, especially after gaining the soul-burning Hellfire. His support abilities combined with actual killing power made him irreplaceable. But he was still only 6 stars. This upgrade card was going to him. Golden light consumed the card and dove into Old Chang's skull along with a crystal essence and 100 energy stones. An invisible shockwave of spiritual force rippled outward from his tiny floating head. I could feel it. The crushing weight of mental power hidden inside that bare skull was like standing at the base of a mountain. Then his 2 fires merged. The blood-red soul-burning Hellfire and his original green Ghost Fire fused into something new. Soul-burning Ghost Fire. No longer 2 separate flames, but one unified force. The upgrade had succeeded. Old Chang was now a 7-star evil ghost. His power had taken another massive leap. Time for the main event. I pulled out the boss monster summoning scroll and ripped it open. The paper burst into invisible flames and crumbled to ash. A pillar of blinding light crashed down from the sky, carrying something enormous with it. The sheer pressure in the air made everything tremble. When the light faded, a colossal one-horned demon rhino stood outside my territory walls. Dozens of meters tall, over 100 meters long. If it had spawned inside Fengdu, it would have flattened everything. Its body was covered in thick armor-like hide, and a single massive horn jutted from its forehead, gleaming with dark energy. Xiaolai covered her mouth in shock. She'd thought reaching 9th rank put her close to boss-level strength. But standing before this creature, she realized she had 0 chance in a straight fight. The size difference alone was overwhelming. Even if she drove her scissors into the hilt, they wouldn't reach anything vital through that mountain of flesh. The demon rhino looked down at us with cold, intelligent eyes. It didn't know why it had been teleported here, but it understood a fight was coming. It called us humans and promised to trample my tiny territory into dust. White steam blasted from its nostrils as its hind legs scraped the ground, gouging trenches several meters deep just from the friction. I studied it calmly and said out loud that this rhino was probably among the weakest boss-level creatures, which made me wonder just how terrifyingly powerful the bloodbat actually was in comparison. The rhino heard me and didn't appreciate the comment. Its magical roar was designed to paralyze enemies with fear. It washed over my entire army. Nobody flinched. I was genuinely curious rather than scared. Xiaolai looked excited, like she'd found a new toy. The Yin soldiers stood motionless with their usual blank expressions. The rhino seemed confused that its intimidation had completely failed. It charged. The ground shook with each thundering step. That massive body hurtled toward my territory like a living avalanche. Then a single rope dropped from the sky, dangling directly in the rhino's path. At the same time, a small figure in yellow monk robes walked forward with unhurried steps. His neck was twisted at that grotesque broken angle, his tongue hanging loose, and the rope around his neck stretched upward into empty air, connecting to the same rope that had appeared from above. Xiaodiao, the hanged ghost, 10th rank, boss level, walking calmly toward a charging mountain of muscle and horn, looking like a strolling monk heading to morning prayers rather than a warrior facing a titan. This was his trial. Solo a boss-level monster to boost his rank-breaking probability from 10% to 40%. The rank-breaking card was waiting. If he won this fight and the card succeeded, he'd shatter the 10th rank ceiling and ascend to a level no other lord's troops had ever reached. The rhino's horn gleamed. The monk's rope swayed. Two boss-level forces were about to collide right outside my walls. I crossed my arms and watched. This was going to be spectacular. A single rope dropped from the sky. The one-horned demon rhino didn't care about it at all. In its mind, a thin rope couldn't possibly stop a charging boss-level monster. It was arrogant enough to let its massive head pass right through the loop without even trying to dodge. That was its fatal mistake. Xiaodiao let out a deep, inhuman growl. Both ends of the rope tightened simultaneously. On one end, the slack around the hanged ghost's own broken neck snapped tight against his skin. On the other end, the loops cinched around the rhino's thick, stubby neck, pressing into its rough hide. The rhino scoffed. It was a 10th rank boss with incredible defense. A rope trying to strangle it? Laughable. It didn't even slow down. Then something impossible happened. An invisible force above began pulling the rope upward. Xiaojiao's body rose off the ground, dangling by his neck like the hanged monk he was in death. His tongue hung long from his tilted head, a truly nightmarish sight. But the truly shocking part was what happened to the rhino. That colossal body, dozens of meters tall, over 100 meters long, was being lifted off the ground too. The finger-thin rope cut a deep, bleeding groove into the rhino's neck as it rose. The creature's four massive legs kicked uselessly in the air. The rhino's eyes showed genuine fear for the first time. In all its years conquering the creation continent, it had never encountered an attack like this. The creature in front of it was willingly strangling itself just to strangle its enemy. What kind of insanity was that? The rhino screamed to be released, thrashing with everything it had. But the more it struggled, the tighter the rope became. There was no escaping this technique once the noose was around your neck. The only ways to survive were to dodge the rope entirely before it caught you, or somehow master the art of living with a broken neck. The rhino could do neither. I watched the whole thing with narrowed eyes. For normal people, this scene would be pure horror, something straight out of the darkest ghost stories from Earth. But standing next to me, Xiaolai wasn't scared at all. Her face was glowing with excitement and admiration. She wanted this kind of power for herself. She wanted to reach 10th rank and challenge the bloodbat one-on-one, to make it pay for every insult it had thrown at me. Xiaojiao's condition was extreme. A normal man's neck is about as thick as a bowl. The rope had compressed his neck down to barely 3 fingers wide. His neck snapped a second time. 2 breaks now in a neck that had already been broken once in life. Only a thin layer of skin held his head attached to his body. Grotesque beyond description. But his face remained perfectly calm. He even smiled. A cold, cruel smile. Together in life. Together in death, he whispered. Both ends of the rope tightened mercilessly. A crisp snapping sound echoed across the battlefield. Xiaojiao's neck was completely severed except for a strip of skin. At the same time, the rhino felt death approaching. Its eyes bulged, its mouth gaped open, releasing foul breath. It had fought so hard to reach boss level, to become a regional overlord. It didn't want to die here, in this strange place, killed by a method it couldn't even comprehend. In its final moment, the rhino unleashed a desperate death strike. The horn on its head launched like a missile, blasting straight through Xiao Jiao's body and destroying everything below the neck. The rhino laughed, thinking it had at least taken its killer down with it. Then it saw Xiao Jiao's remaining head, just a floating head with a broken neck, smiling at it. Ghosts don't die. They can't be killed. Xiao Jiao was already dead. Destroying his body meant nothing. He'd regenerate in the Yellow Springs within a day and come back at full strength. The rope gave its final squeeze. The rhino's neck, several meters thick, was crushed and severed by that impossibly thin cord. The massive body crashed to the earth with a thunderous impact that shook the ground beneath my feet. The 10th rank boss, the one-horned demon rhino, was dead. A world announcement immediately flashed across every Lord's screen on the entire creation continent. Fengdu, Lord Su Yi, had completed the first boss kill achievement. As a result, a regional boss would randomly spawn in 2 days. Killing it would yield incredible rewards, possibly including items that could instantly catapult a lord past all competitors. I read the announcement and clicked my tongue. They broadcast my achievement to the entire world, but didn't even give me a reward for it. Not even a small achievement bonus. Cheap. Every chat channel across every region exploded again. Lords from all corners of the continent couldn't believe it. The Locust disaster had ended just hours ago, and I was already killing boss monsters. People in my own 9 Darkness Forest were still licking their wounds from barely surviving 6th rank locusts, and I'd just soloed a 10th rank boss. The gap between us wasn't a gap anymore. It was a canyon. In the endless desert, Mo Fifan, the 3rd place lord from the disaster rankings, was ranting about how I was only lucky to find a boss first. He swore he could kill one too, and that the upcoming regional boss was his chance to close the distance. His region's chat devolved into an argument about whether anyone could name the world's 3rd highest mountain peak, which had nothing to do with anything, but was apparently very important to someone. I didn't know about any of that. I was busy. I sent Xiao Jiao's battered remains into the Yellow Springs to heal. By tomorrow morning, he'd emerge fully restored, ready for the rank-breaking card attempt. His solo boss kill should have pushed his success rate to around 40%. Worth the gamble. As for me, I was staring at the rhino's enormous corpse with fire in my eyes. This wasn't just a kill. This was the final ingredient I needed. I pulled out the Yama Temple blueprint and held it up in front of the fallen boss. 1 complete boss-level monster sacrifice was required to build the temple. This rhino's body was exactly that. The temple that would boost my entire army's stats by 10%. The building that would start me on the path to godhood. Immortality, supreme authority, power beyond imagination. I was about to build it right now. I didn't harvest the rhino's body. Instead, I used the entire corpse as the core material for building the Yama Temple. 10,000 wood, 3,000 stone, 200 energy stones, and 1 complete boss-level monster, all consumed in seconds. A magnificent temple rose before me, covering about 100 square meters. The eaves were carved with terrifying ghost sculptures so lifelike they looked ready to crawl off the roof and bite you. The whole structure was painted black and red, like something pulled straight from hell. 3 bold characters on the sign above the entrance, Yama Temple. A notification explained the faith system. To break past 10th rank and become a king lord, I needed 1,000 faith points. Faith could only be provided by troops with maximum loyalty of 100, and each unit contributed 1 point per day. With my current forces, that meant roughly 19 days if I didn't recruit any new troops. Not fast, but not terrible either. And my recruitment speed was only going to accelerate from here. I pushed open the heavy door and stepped inside. A 2-meter-tall statue stood in the center, made from 200 energy stones melted into liquid and poured over the compressed rhino corpse. The statue's face was unmistakably mine, confident, commanding, full of fighting spirit. I'd never imagined seeing my own likeness enshrined in a temple, worshipped by followers. Xiaolai saw the statue, and her eyes immediately filled with tears. Her cheeks turned pink with overwhelming emotion. She rushed inside, dropped to her knees on a prayer cushion, and bowed before my statue with absolute devotion. A tiny silver light separated from her body and flowed into mine. The system confirmed it. Xiaolai's heartfelt faith had given me 1 point. That single point didn't change anything physical, but I felt my connection to her grow slightly stronger. The real transformation would come when the numbers accumulated enough to trigger a breakthrough. I waved my entire ghost army forward. What are you all standing around for? Everyone comes in and bows every single day. Praying is good for your health. They lined up obediently and filed in one by one. To my pleasant surprise, even the Shadow Wolves could contribute faith points. That meant acquiring more troop types would directly speed up my progression. Final count, 53 faith points from 53 units. Soldier 12 had already returned from the Yellow Springs after dying in the Mantis battle, and the substitute Death Ghost tattoo on my chest counted too. Only the Hanged Ghost was missing, still recovering in the Yellow Springs. My total active army numbered 54. Most lords probably had less than half that. I set my next 7-day goal, reach King Lord rank. But standing around collecting faith wasn't my style. The Locust disaster had wasted valuable hunting time, and my ghosts had spent hours killing locusts that dropped 0 resources. Time to make up for it. I jumped onto the Shadow Wolf King's back and beckoned Xiao Lai over. She smiled shyly, hopped up behind me, and wrapped her arms tightly around my waist. The Wolf King started moving toward the crude iron mine. My ghost army spread out around us in a protective formation. Xiao Cheng floated overhead like a blimp, ready to intercept anything coming from the sky. Their absolute top priority was keeping me safe. The territory's own defenses could hold for a while on their own, and I'd receive alerts if anything attacked Fengdu. There was just one problem. The Wolf King wasn't exactly a smooth ride. Every step made us bounce up and down. With Xiao Lai pressed against my back, the constant bumping created some rather distracting sensations. After a few hundred meters, I told her she'd better sit in front of me instead. She said nothing, just obeyed, keeping her mouth shut as always around me. Half an hour later, we reached the crude iron mine. This was my first time personally joining an offensive operation. The attack on Wang Shun's territory hadn't really counted. His forces were so weak that one charge ended everything. This mine was defended by multiple tribes sharing control, and even though I'd already wiped out the strongest one, there were still several others. I called the army to battle positions. My very first real combat deployment as field commander rather than armchair general. The difference in perspective was striking. Seeing the battlefield with my own eyes instead of reading kill notifications gave everything more weight, more reality. Then the drowned ghost, Xiao and I, walked up to me on her bare feet. That one visible eye beneath her soaking wet hair showed a timid, worried expression. She spoke quietly, which was unusual for her since she rarely talked at all. Lord Yama, for your safety, please don't sneak off looking for enemies to fight on your own. Your safety is our ultimate objective. I blinked. Was I really that much of a liability? Had I become the weakest link in my own army? The thought stung a little. I suddenly felt an intense urge to recruit troops faster, collect faith points faster, and reach King Lord rank as soon as possible. I didn't want my own ghosts treating me like a fragile package that needed bubble wrap. Someday, no ghost would dare question my combat ability. What I didn't realize then was that dream would take a very, very long time to achieve. My ghosts were progressing so absurdly fast that I could never keep pace with them no matter how hard I tried. I scratched my head and protested. I have no intention of fighting. You're all so powerful that even if I wanted to throw a punch, there'd be nothing left to hit. And what do you mean sneak off? I don't sneak. Then it hit me. My own troops just accused their Lord Yama of sneaking around. The disrespect was unbelievable. I glared at Xiao and I, and she immediately panicked, scurrying behind Xiao Lai to hide. Half her face peeked out from behind Xiao Lai's shoulder, her single visible eye going all big and watery like a scared puppy. Lord Yama, she said in a tiny voice, if you really don't want to fight, then why are you hiding that weapon so carefully? That incredibly hard weapon with built-in flames? I froze. What weapon? I looked down at myself, then realized what she was sensing. The commander-level soft armor I was wearing, the one I'd taken from the Mantis chieftain. It had natural heat retention properties. From a ghost's supernatural senses, it probably registered as some kind of concealed fire weapon. The misunderstanding was so absurd I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I glared at Xiao Lai. She'd apparently told Xiao and I about something private between us, specifically about me hiding what they thought was a concealed weapon. I huffed and puffed and told them both that when their Lord Yama says he won't fight, He means it. No way was I letting them inspect me for hidden weapons. Xiao Lai straightened up immediately, though that playful look in her eyes didn't fade one bit. Xiao and I snapped to attention too, but I could tell she was still curious. The crude iron mine was controlled by 5 different tribes. Each had sent a garrison force to guard the operation and handle mining duties. I didn't know exactly how many strong fighters were stationed inside, but my scouts had confirmed one critical fact: no boss-level monsters and no 9th-rank creatures. The strongest fighters from each tribe stayed home at their own bases. They didn't bother sending their best just to watch over a mine. Under normal circumstances, nobody would dare attack a mine defended by 5 tribes working together. Their combined forces rivaled a large tribe in everything except having a boss. But circumstances weren't normal anymore. Fengdu wasn't the same fragile territory it had been a week ago. If I'd found a large tribe nearby, I would have already sent my ghosts to tear it apart. I scratched my head and realized. Actually, Fengdu had never been fragile. From day one, I'd been attacking whatever annoyed me. That was just my style. See a problem, solve it with violence. I stood up on the Wolf King's back and shouted to my ghost army. Brothers, let's go in there and turn the place upside down. The Wolf King stayed by my side as protection, while every other ghost and wolf charged into the mine entrance like a dark flood. Inside the mine, creatures from 5 different species were hard at work extracting crude iron or using whatever tools or natural abilities they had. The 8-blade mantis miners were the most efficient. Their sharp arms made perfect digging tools. The mantis elder stationed here was feeling good about life. His tribe's chieftain had just broken through to 9th rank, which meant their share of the mine's output had increased dramatically. Just 2 days ago, he'd personally escorted the biggest shipment the tribe had ever received. He was daydreaming about his 14th wife back home, apparently even bigger and more muscular than him, which he considered a good thing for producing strong offspring. He had absolutely no idea that every single member of his tribe back home was dead, all 2,000 of them, wiped out by my ghosts without a single survivor escaping to deliver the news. The elders spotted my forces rushing into the mine and immediately sounded the alarm. He wasn't stupid enough to fight alone. He called for the other 4 tribe elders to form a united front. Within moments, 5 powerful figures stood together blocking my army's path. The Black Frost Lizard and the Cloak Demon Ape were both 8th-rank elites from medium-sized tribes. The Terror Claw Rat and the Blade Eagle were 7th-rank elites from smaller tribes with less influence in the mine's politics. 5 different species, 5 different fighting styles, but all united against one common enemy, us. They didn't waste time with speeches. To them, lords from another world were invaders who deserved death. The 9 Darkness Forest belonged to the native creatures, and we had no right to exist here. Hundreds of mining workers dropped their tools and transformed into combat-ready soldiers, lining up behind their respective elders. It was an impressive display of instant mobilization. I stepped forward from behind my ghost line and spoke casually. I told them I was surprised to see mantis people here since I thought the species had been completely wiped out. The mantis elder demanded to know what I meant. I shrugged and said it was nothing special. I'd just exterminated over 2,000 of his kind a couple of days ago. The mantis elder's shock lasted about 2 seconds before erupting into volcanic rage. He screamed and prepared to charge, but the other 4 elders held him back. They argued that this was exactly what I wanted, to provoke them into breaking formation so my forces could pick them off individually. They pointed out that the Mantis tribe's chieftain was 9th rank and couldn't possibly have been defeated without any word reaching them. Clearly, the invader was lying to create chaos. The Mantis elder calmed down slightly and sneered at me, calling my words the tricks of an evil invader. I just shrugged again. Their plan was to hold their defensive position inside the mine and wait for reinforcements from their home tribes. In theory, it was a solid strategy. The mine's narrow passages would limit my army's ability to use its full strength, and relief forces could eventually pincer us from behind. But I'd set a standard for this campaign: 0 casualties. Not a single ghost would return to the Yellow Springs today. A frontal assault into their fortified position would risk losses. I needed them to come out and fight in the open where my advantages were overwhelming. I clapped my hands and called Xiao Yi and Xiao and I forward. "Show them the proof," I said. Both ghosts grinned wickedly. Each one held up 2 of the Mantis chieftain's personal blade arms. the commander-level weapons I'd harvested from his corpse. The 8 distinctive arms of a 9th-rank chieftain, unmistakable to anyone who knew what they were looking for. The Mantis Elder recognized them instantly. That was his chieftain's aura, his chieftain's weapons. The truth hit him like a thunderbolt. His tribe really was gone. Every last one of them. His eyes turned crimson with grief and fury. He screamed that Mantis people would never submit to invaders and led every single Mantis warrior in a berserker charge straight out of the fortified position, completely ignoring his allies' frantic warnings to stay put. The Black Frost Lizard sighed heavily. Without the Mantis forces holding their section of the defensive line, the entire formation had a gaping hole. Fixed positions were no longer viable. The Lizard ordered several fast runners to slip out the back of the mine and race home to deliver warnings. The other 3 tribe elders did the same. Then, with no other option left, all 4 remaining tribes committed to an all-out attack. Hundreds of creatures from 5 different species poured out of the mine in a massive wave, charging directly at my ghost army in the open field. This was exactly what I wanted. Out in the open, with no walls or narrow passages to hide behind, my ghosts would have unlimited room to maneuver. Xiao Yi's hunger aura, Old Chang's disorientation and soul fire, Xiao Ni's drowning curse, the wolf cavalry's devastating charges. Everything worked better in open terrain. The enemy had just abandoned their only advantage. I threw my head back and laughed. Fengdu Ghost Army, grind them to dust. The battle was completely one-sided. My side had 4 9th-rank fighters, 2 8th-rank fighters, and an army of elite ghost soldiers. Their side had 3 8th-rank elders, 2 7th-rank elders, and a bunch of miners who were barely qualified for combat. The outcome was decided before the first blow landed. The enemy elders fought with everything they had, but they couldn't match my ghosts in any category. They kept retreating, bleeding with every step. Xiao Yi's hunger curse drained their stamina before they could even swing. Xiao Lai's speed was untouchable. Every strike sent limbs flying and blood spraying meters into the air. Xiao and I just had to look at a creature, and it started choking, drowning on dry land as water materialized around its head. Old Chang's soul-burning ghost fire ignited on elite monsters seemingly at random, weakening them from the inside out. Each of my top fighters could solo an entire battlefield by themselves. Together, they were unstoppable. And they all had the Yama Temple's 10% stat boost on top of everything. I'd given one specific order. Only kill the elite rank creatures. Leave the ordinary ones alive. Within minutes, every elite monster in the mine was dead. The ground was covered in mangled body parts. The 9 Darkness Forest soil was hungry for blood as always, so I had my soldiers squeeze the blood out of the corpses and store it in stone basins. That blood would feed my magic field back in Fengdu. The surviving ordinary creatures were huddled against the walls, hundreds of them, trembling. Their elders, the beings they'd worshipped as gods, had been slaughtered in a single round. Not one of them dared even think about resistance. If the exit wasn't blocked, they would have scattered in every direction. I kept them alive for a practical reason. The crude iron mine needed workers. Using my elite ghost army for manual mining labor was an absurd waste. One raid on a tribe earned more resources than weeks of mining. These creatures would serve as my mining workforce. I stepped forward with Xiao Lai and Xiao and I flanking me. The pressure radiating from my presence alone made several of the weaker creatures collapse to their knees. I gave them a simple choice: submit or die. They refused. Every single one of them. They screamed about never surrendering to invaders, about their kings coming to avenge them, about never changing their faith. Even while shaking with terror, not one of them begged for mercy. I had to respect the stubbornness, but it gave me a headache. Lords and native creatures truly were incompatible. I couldn't understand how some other lords had managed to recruit native followers. What kind of ridiculous luck did that require? Killing them all would waste the entire mine. An empty pit with no workers was worthless. I was genuinely stuck on what to do when Old Chang floated forward and spoke up. He said he had a method to convert these creatures' faith, make them worship me as their master instead of their old tribal leaders. But it required building a branch Yama temple right here at the mine. Not a full temple like the one in Fengdu. A smaller version that didn't need a boss corpse and wouldn't boost my army's stats. Its only function would be collecting faith points from the converted workers. I agreed immediately. More faith meant faster progression toward King Lord rank. Every point counted. First, I harvested all the elite corpses scattered across the mine. That gave me just over 100 energy stones plus various materials. I sent Xiao Cheng racing back to Fengdu to grab the wood and stone I needed for construction. While waiting, I explored the mine. The place was enormous, far bigger than my entire territory. 5 distinct sections, each built in a different tribal architectural style, all rough and rugged, but with genuine character. In the cloaked demon ape section, I found something that made me stop cold. A human woman's body lay on a table, surrounded by pieces of a shattered boundary stone and a refined iron smelting pool blueprint. She was a lord, the ruler of a territory called Dragonfly on Water. She hadn't been dead long. The apes had killed her, destroyed her territory marker, and kept her corpse like a trophy. The sight hit me hard. Even if a lord survived the locust disaster, the native creatures of this world were still hunting us. One moment of weakness, one wrong step outside your walls, and you'd end up like her, a cold body on a monster's dining table. I took the blueprint. Then I gathered her remains and her broken boundary stone, carried them to a spot nearby with clean water and green trees, and buried her properly. I carved a wooden marker that read, Lord of Dragonfly on Water, rest in peace. It wasn't much, but it was better than being left as a display piece for monsters. I reinforced my own determination. I would never become a corpse on someone's table. The path forward was clear: crush the remaining 4 tribes, destroy the Bloodbat, and upgrade my territory to Ghost Town. Speed was everything. Xiao Cheng returned with the materials. He announced his arrival with an obnoxious sound effect, some kind of weird vocal noise that made everyone cringe. I smacked his belly and told him for the 100th time to stop adding sound effects to his deliveries. The guy had clearly been a class clown in his previous life. No wonder he'd eaten himself to death from emotional issues. I built the branch temple immediately. 10,000 wood, 3,000 stone, 200 energy stones consumed. A smaller version of the Yama temple rose at the center of the mine, complete with a statue of me inside. This one was hollow since there was no boss corpse as a core, but function mattered more than aesthetics. The moment the branch temple was complete, Old Chang's skull erupted with blazing light. His blood-red, soul-burning fire overwhelmed his green ghost fire, painting the entire sky above the mine in crimson. He turned toward the cowering, ordinary creatures with an intensity I'd never seen from him before. His voice boomed across the mine, deep and commanding, nothing like his usual dry rasp. He told the creatures that their old faith was an illusion. Their kings and tribal gods would never come to save them. Everything they believed in was smoke and shadow. Only one being in this world was real, was powerful, was worthy of worship. Lord Yama, their true savior. Old Chang's soul-burning ghost fire spread into the hearts of every ordinary creature in the mine. But it didn't hurt them. Their eyes went blank and confused at first, like they couldn't understand what was happening. Then, moments later, their eyes cleared completely. Something had shifted inside them. They dropped to their knees in unison and started chanting together. Only Lord Yama is the true savior. We believe in Lord Yama. I stood there with my mouth hanging open. Old Chang wasn't just a wall-hitting ghost anymore. He'd become a full-blown cult leader. His ability to brainwash creatures was absolutely terrifying. These monsters had been screaming about never surrendering just minutes ago, and now they were bowing to my statue like devoted worshippers, fighting each other to get inside the branch temple first and offer their faith. Every trace of tribal loyalty, racial pride, and hatred toward invaders had been completely overwritten. They now belonged to me. Over the next half hour, 213 creatures filed through the temple and contributed their faith points. My counter jumped to 266 total. At this rate, I could hit 1,000 in about 4 days instead of the original 19. That was a massive acceleration toward becoming a king lord. I asked Old Chang how many more creatures he could convert. He flickered weakly. His flames were almost out from the effort. He told me he'd reached his absolute limit. Unless he broke through to king soldier rank, he couldn't convert anyone else. That made sense. Unlimited conversion would be completely broken. I'd have thousands of workers and soldiers within days, and nobody could stop me. Besides, quantity without quality was meaningless. My ghost army strength came from elite fighters, not cannon fodder. And I still needed resources from conquering tribes, not from sitting around watching miners dig. I stationed one wolf-riding 7th rank Een soldier at the mine as a permanent guard. His job was to patrol, hunt nearby, and send warnings back to Fengdu if anything happened. Xiao Cheng would shuttle between the mine and my territory constantly, transporting ore and resources. Then I split my ghost army into 4 hunting squads. Xiao Lai, Xiao Yi, Old Chong, and Xiao and I each led a team and spread out across the forest to hunt monsters and gather resources. I rode with Xiao Lai's squad, of course. Sitting on the Shadow Wolf King's back was comfortable and safe. I could literally lie down on the wolf's broad back while Xiao Lai handled everything. She'd pick sweet forest fruits and pop them into my mouth as we traveled. My version of going out to hunt was basically a luxury nature tour. No stress, no danger, no responsibilities. After 7 days trapped in a concrete jungle back on Earth, the wild beauty of the Nine Darkness Forest was genuinely refreshing. Eventually, I got bored of sightseeing and opened the chat channel to see how other lords were doing after the disaster. I casually greeted everyone with a simple hello. The reaction was immediate and excessive. People couldn't believe I was actually talking to ordinary lords like a normal person. Some were hiding in their territories with 0 troops left, afraid to make any noise. One lord mentioned being saved by the hanged ghost during the disaster, and said his broken neck was the most terrifying thing he'd ever seen. He thanked me specifically for selling cheap equipment that saved his life. Others echoed the gratitude. Someone challenged anyone to call me a greedy merchant now, pointing out that my affordable gear had literally kept countless lords alive through the disaster. Then there were the flirty ones. A woman offered to thank me personally anywhere I wanted, bed, sofa, or outdoors. The chat had a good laugh about that. But beneath the jokes, a serious reality was emerging. Since the protection barrier disappeared, the lord death rate had accelerated by 100 times. Most lords had lost their troops in the Locust fight. Now, without soldiers to defend them, monsters were freely invading unprotected territories. One lord posted desperately that creatures had broken into her territory and she'd fled into the forest alone. She was a 3-rank lord with no troops, terrified of encountering monsters, or worse, the ghosts that had been spotted in the forest. Other lords recognized her immediately. She was apparently a famous internet celebrity from Earth called Little Fire Dragon Who Doesn't Breathe Fire, real name Su Qian'er, a stunning beauty who'd attracted millions of followers and massive donations online. One guy in the chat wailed that he'd spent hundreds of thousands of yuan on her live streams without even getting a friend request. Now she was running through the Nine Darkness Forest covered in dirt, looking nothing like the glamorous idol her fans remembered. She said she missed her mom and couldn't even recognize her own reflection anymore. She closed the chat and crouched in a tree, clutching one of the elite hand blades I'd sold. Without the shell vest she'd bought from me, she would have already been exposed in more ways than one. But survival mattered more than modesty right now. She was torn about what to do. Meeting another lord could be salvation or disaster. In this lawless world without rules or police, humans could be far more dangerous than monsters. If her territory's boundary stone got destroyed while she was gone, she'd lose all lord privileges. No more trading, no more chat access, nothing. If someone captured her in that state, the possibilities were nightmarish. She shuddered at the thought. She wished she could find a kind female lord, preferably a fan from Earth. She didn't dream of power or revenge or competing. She just wanted to survive in peace. Then a sharp hissing sound cut through her thoughts. A green-scaled venomous snake dangled from the branch right in front of her face, its forked tongue flicking, its fangs glistening with poison. She screamed and jumped out of the tree. She landed in the middle of a whole nest of small snakes. The weakest ones were 2nd rank, individually stronger than her in actual combat. She swung her blade wildly, trying to scare them off, but these creatures didn't know fear. They were native to the Creation continent, hardwired to attack invaders on sight regardless of size difference. Several snakes coiled and launched themselves at her simultaneously, jaws wide open, fangs aimed straight at her exposed skin. She was alone, exhausted, outnumbered, and surrounded. No troops, no allies, no protection. Just a dirty face, a sharp blade, and the desperate will to live one more minute. Somewhere nearby, my ghost cavalry was hunting through the forest. But Su Qian'er had no way of knowing that. To her, the world had narrowed down to this single moment, snakes flying at her throat, and a hand blade she barely knew how to swing. Somewhere in the forest, Su Qian'er, the famous internet celebrity known as Little Fire Dragon Who Doesn't Breathe Fire, was screaming as venomous snakes launched themselves at her face. She squeezed her eyes shut and waited for the pain. It never came. Instead, she heard snakes thudding to the ground. When she opened her eyes, pale blue water spheres had formed around each snake's head, cutting off their breathing. The snakes thrashed but couldn't break free, though they seemed to have some ability to breathe underwater, so they didn't die quickly. Then a blade came down and chopped every snake in half. A bigger, sharper version of the same hand blade I'd sold on the market. Su Qian'er looked up at her rescuer and nearly fainted from terror. A drenched girl in tattered white robes stood before her, water dripping constantly from soaking wet hair that covered everything except one eye. The drowned ghost, Xiaoanai. Su Qian'er recognized her immediately from the descriptions lords had been sharing in the chat. She stammered out a thank you, remembering that other lords had said the ghosts only killed monsters, not humans. Then a squad of fully armed Yin soldiers floated out from the bushes. Su Qian'er's blood ran cold. These ghosts weren't just random creatures wandering the forest, they were organized. A ghost army, which meant someone was controlling them. The thought made her tremble uncontrollably. Xiaoanai drifted toward the terrified girl, studied her for a moment, and mumbled to herself, "Found a young woman. Lord Yama will probably like this. Better knock her out first." Before Su Qian'er could even process those words, Xiaoanai delivered a precisely measured chop to her neck. The celebrity's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed unconscious. Xiaoanai picked her up like a baby chick and carried her off toward Fengdu, her soldiers following behind after cleaning up the snake corpses. I knew absolutely nothing about any of this. I was still riding comfortably on the Wolf King's back, browsing the chat channel and nodding along to what other lords were saying about post-disaster survival. The lords were right about one thing. The Locust disaster itself hadn't killed that many people. Most lords with any decent troops could survive the swarm and hit the 200-point safety threshold. The real killing zone was the gap between the Locusts leaving and tomorrow morning's 4 o'clock summoning refresh. During those hours, lords had almost no soldiers left. Their territories were wide open. Monsters that had been hiding during the Locust swarm came crawling out of every hole, smelling weakness and blood. That was when the death count truly exploded. My situation was completely different. My ghosts had pushed outward from Fengdu in 4 directions, slaughtering everything in their path. The area around my territory was basically a dead zone, nothing alive for thousands of meters in any direction. Even if some lucky monster stumbled close to my walls, it would see a large fortress surrounded by the Forgetting River moat and turn right around. Breaking through those defenses would require hundreds of monsters working together. I thought about Su Qian'er, the internet celebrity crying for help in the chat. I'd heard of her before the crossing. She was genuinely famous on Earth, with over 10 million followers before age 20. What made her special wasn't just her looks. She'd used her platform for charity work, saying the money came from the people and should go back to the people. She was just the delivery person. Admirable attitude for someone so young. But I wasn't about to go searching the forest for one lost girl. People were dying everywhere. If she didn't make it, I'd feel a moment of sympathy and move on. That's just how this world worked. I couldn't save everyone, and I wasn't going to pretend otherwise. The chat was full of reunions too. People from Earth finding old friends, family members, even ex-classmates scattered across the 9 Darkness Forest. They could only communicate through private messages, sharing emotional conversations, and occasionally trading small supplies to help each other survive. But the vast unknown distances and constant danger made actual meetups nearly impossible for most of them. I didn't have that problem. No parents, no family, no real friends. A textbook orphan who'd spent his adult life as a corporate drone. My only significant relationship had been a college girlfriend. After that, I was basically invisible. Coming to the creation continent with 0 attachments was actually a blessing. No distractions, no emotional baggage, no one to worry about. Just me and my ghosts. I checked the trade market. Most of my listed goods had sold. The marketplace was getting more diverse now. Rare resources, unusual items, even Troop Star upgrade cards were being traded. That reminded me of Zheng Liqing. The sheep lord who'd sold me his refined iron smelting pool blueprint in exchange for elite armor plus a post-disaster conditional payment. He and his useless sheep troops hadn't survived the locusts. Our deal died with him. I'd gambled on his survival and lost. No big deal. That's how bets work. I was at peace with it. Hours passed. Evening arrived, and the full moon rose again. I rode back to Fengdu with Xiao Lai's squad and ran into Xiao and I at the gates. She was heading out for another hunting run, but she stopped and approached me with that shy, single-eyed gaze of hers. She said she'd prepared a gift for me and hoped I'd like it. When I asked what it was, she just whispered, "It's a secret," and floated away with her team into the moonlit forest. I looked around my entire territory trying to figure out what she'd left me. Nothing seemed different. I was too tired from a full day of riding around the forest to investigate further. I collapsed into a chair and waited for Xiao Lai to bring dinner. She went straight to the kitchen to prepare something special with the fresh ingredients she'd gathered during today's hunt. Tonight, Xiao Lai and the Wolf King would stay by my side as personal guards. No more invincible barrier meant constant vigilance, even inside my own walls. After a filling dinner and a hot bath, I put all the day's loot on the trade market, targeting basic resources. I still needed a massive amount of materials to upgrade my territory to Ghost Town, probably 2 more medium-sized tribe conquests worth. Not happening overnight. I told Xiao Lai to have all ghost forces assembled back at Fengdu before 4 in the morning. Tomorrow, the Bloodbat was coming. That 10th-rank monster who'd tried to kill me twice through my barrier, who'd promised to take my life the moment protection ended. Well, protection was gone now, and I was ready. I walked toward my bedroom, thinking about how the Wolf King's back really couldn't compare to a proper mattress. That's when I saw it. Inside my room, waiting for me, was Xiaoni's gift. Xiaoni's gift turned out to be a person. A living, breathing human girl, lying unconscious in my bedroom. She'd been cleaned up, changed into a very short lace-trimmed sleeping robe, and tucked neatly into my bed like some kind of present. Apparently Xiao and I had found a lost female lord in the forest, decided I'd appreciate the delivery, knocked the girl out with a precise chop to the neck, and carried her back to Fengdu like a kitten. Ghost logic was truly something else. I didn't discover any of this until I tried to enter my own room and found someone had installed a door latch from the inside. While I was fumbling with the lock and grumbling about who'd modified my door, the girl woke up on the other side. She'd figured out someone had bathed her and changed her clothes while she was unconscious. Understandably, she was furious and terrified, expecting the worst. The moment I got the door open, she charged straight at me in the dark, screaming about killing me, calling me a pervert. I screamed right back, yelling for Xiao Lai to come save me. There were scratches and chaos for a solid minute before we both calmed down enough to actually look at each other. A few awkward minutes later, she was sitting properly on the bed edge with her legs pressed together, looking embarrassed. She kept saying it was all a misunderstanding, that she'd thought I was some kind of thug. I sat across from her with fresh claw marks on my face, completely unamused. Then it clicked. She'd mentioned the drowned ghost bathing her, and her eyes went wide as dinner plates. She realized my troop type was ghosts, the same ghosts every lord in the 9 Darkness Forest had been talking about. The mysterious special monsters that had saved lords during the Locust disaster. The creatures that had terrified Wang Shun into madness. All mine. I played it cool for a second, putting on a cold expression and saying I'd hidden this secret for so long, and she'd just stumbled onto it. She stopped breathing entirely, probably thinking I was about to silence her permanently. I let her sweat for a moment before dropping the act. I'd never tried to hide my troop type, and I had no plans to start caring now. I waved my hand and told her to go back wherever she came from. I had zero interest. I'd recognized her immediately. Su Qian'er, the internet celebrity from the chat channel, little fire dragon who doesn't breathe fire, famous, beautiful, over 10 million followers before age 20. In her previous life on Earth, she'd been genuinely admirable, using her platform for charity work and saying she was just a delivery person moving money from those who had it to those who needed it. Decent person by any standard, but I wasn't impressed by celebrity status. After spending a week with Xiao Lai, a literal supernatural beauty who could split a man in half with scissors, my standards for women had been permanently altered. Regular human attractiveness barely registered anymore. Su Qian'er was objectively stunning, sure. Great face, great figure, legs that went on forever in that tiny robe. But my brain had been rewired by ghost women. I was basically immune. She went quiet when I told her to leave. I could see the wheels turning in her head. Go back where? Her territory had been invaded by monsters. Her troops were all dead. She was a third-rank lord with nothing. No soldiers, no protection, no home. Going back meant certain death. She turned on the charm. Big watery eyes, arms crossed protectively over her chest, voice soft and helpless. She asked how I could possibly send a defenseless girl back out there to die. This was her signature move, the look that had melted millions of hearts online and in live streams. No man had ever resisted it. I frowned and started cursing about something being audacious enough to enter my territory. Then I stormed out of the room without a second glance at her. She stood there completely dumbfounded. Her ultimate weapon had failed. I was apparently made of some material that repelled all feminine charm. She was screaming internally, wondering what kind of man could be so completely impervious. What she didn't realize was that I wasn't reacting to her at all. The warning alarm had gone off. 3 sharp beeps echoed through Fengdu. A blood-red arrow appeared in the sky above my boundary stone, pointing toward the crude iron mine's direction. Something was invading my territory from that side. I rushed to Xiao Cheng and gave him quick orders. He inflated and floated away at top speed toward the threat. This was the real reason I'd walked out on Su Qian'er mid-conversation. Not because I was cold, but because enemy forces were approaching. Su Qian'er crept out of the room barefoot and looked around. She gasped at the sheer scale of my fortress. A massive large fortress that dwarfed anything she'd ever seen. Her own territory had been a modest, elegant courtyard at best. She watched me give commands to the floating fat ghost and send it racing into the distance. She breathed a sigh of relief when she understood I hadn't been talking about her. The intruders were monsters, not her. She whispered a hope that this territory could survive whatever was coming, because she really didn't want to be homeless again so soon after arriving. Her thoughts were simple and honest. Find someone strong to shelter with in this chaotic world. If possible, keep her dignity intact. But if the price of survival required sacrificing something precious, well, the man was at least very handsome and carried himself with real authority. She could do worse. Then she heard footsteps behind her. She turned around and saw the most beautiful woman she'd ever encountered. Elegant, proud, radiating confidence even in this dangerous world. Su Qian'er assumed this was another human lord, maybe this man's wife or partner. She decided to compete. She straightened her posture, pushed her chest out, put on her best smile, and extended her hand in greeting. The beautiful woman smiled back warmly, reached out, and they shook hands. Ice cold. No body heat whatsoever. Before Su Qian'er could process this, the woman opened her mouth to introduce herself. Her lips split apart all the way to her ears, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth gleaming in the moonlight. Hello, I'm the slit-mouthed woman. You can call me Xiao Lai. Su Qian'er's legs gave out. She crumpled to the ground and sat there staring at nothing, fighting back tears. She whispered to herself in complete despair. I've walked straight into a ghost den. While Su Qian'er was still processing everything upstairs, my territory alarm went off. For enemy armies were invading Fengdu simultaneously from different directions. The black frost lizards, the cloaked demon apes, the terror claw rats, and the blade eagles. All 4 tribes from the crude iron mine had joined forces and launched a coordinated assault on my territory. This was payback for taking their mine. My territory's growing reputation had already drawn hostile attention from native forces across the Nine Darkness Forest, and now the mine conquest had given them the perfect excuse to unite against me. They'd gathered their full strength, pooled their armies, and come marching straight for Fengdu. The wolf-riding Yin soldier I'd stationed at the mine came galloping back at full speed with his report. 2 medium-sized tribes, 2 small tribes, all attacking together. 2 commander-level monsters, the cloaked demon ape king and the black frost lizard king, both 9th rank. Nearly 10 8th rank elites, hundreds of elite rank fighters, and roughly 5,000 ordinary monsters filling out their ranks. Every word of that report made Su Qian'er's face go paler from her hiding spot upstairs in the fortress. Any single one of those creatures could have flattened her old territory without breaking a sweat. She was terrified for a moment, wondering if this fortress could hold. Then it hit her. Fengdu. This was Fengdu. the territory that had dominated every headline in the Nine Darkness Forest for a week. The territory belonging to Lord Su Yi. The man standing downstairs giving commands was the same Su Yi who topped the Locust disaster rankings, killed a boss-level monster, destroyed Wang Shun's territory, and wiped out a medium-sized tribe. And his troop type was Ghosts, the mysterious force that had saved lords across the forest during the disaster. She'd just cracked the biggest mystery in the entire Nine Darkness Forest. She was the only person alive who knew the answer every lord had been asking since day one. If this was Su Ye's territory, she decided, then everything would be fine. In her mind, I was basically invincible. I wasn't worried either, but for practical reasons rather than blind faith. No boss-level monsters in their lineup meant this entire invasion was just a delivery service bringing me free resources. I'd been struggling to gather enough materials to upgrade my territory to Ghost Town, and now 4 tribes had packed up everything they owned and marched it straight to my doorstep. It was like falling asleep and having someone hand you a pillow, except they'd brought the entire bed too. My ghost army rushed back to Fengdu from their hunting expeditions and assembled in formation, awaiting orders. Not a single ghost showed any fear or hesitation. That wasn't bravery in the human sense. They simply didn't have the capacity for fear. They were ghosts. What could possibly scare something that was already dead? I gave my orders clearly. All fighting would happen outside the fortress walls, but inside the Forgetting River moat. That was the kill zone. Every enemy that crossed the river would automatically drop 1 full rank, giving my forces an even bigger advantage. I split my army into 4 squads. Xiao Lai took the east, directly facing the enemy's main approach, the hardest position. Xiao Yi took the south. Xiao and I took the west. Old Chong took the north. Each squad leader commanded a group of Yin soldiers and shadow wolves. No enemy was to breach the fortress walls. Period. My ghosts responded in unison, their voices echoing across the fortress like a war drum. They swore no enemy would enter Fengdu. Then they moved out, splitting smoothly into 4 groups and taking their positions along the perimeter. Su Qian'er watched from a window upstairs, and I could tell she was getting excited despite herself. She actually looked like she wanted to grab a weapon and join the fight. With her second-rank combat power and 0 equipment, she'd last about 3 seconds, but the spirit was there at least. I ignored her completely and climbed to the top of the wall on Xiao Lai's side, staring out toward the horizon. The ground began shaking. A deep, continuous rumbling that grew louder with every second. Trees in the distance toppled like dominoes, trampled to splinters by thousands of charging creatures. Every small animal in the forest fled in terror, wishing they had wings to escape faster. About 10 minutes later, the enemy army arrived. They didn't attack immediately. Instead, they surrounded Fengdu on all 4 sides, just as I'd expected, and their numbers were bigger than reported. Not 5,000, closer to 6 or 7,000. They'd apparently bullied random forest creatures into joining their army along the way, forcing them to march and fight alongside the main force. 2 massive figures stepped forward from the main group. The cloaked demon ape king stood over 4 meters tall, muscles bulging under dark fur, radiating raw physical power. The black frost lizard king slithered beside it, cold and sinister, frost crystals forming on the ground beneath its feet. Both were 9th rank commander level, the strongest enemies I'd faced since the boss level Rhino. The Lizard King spoke first, its voice cold as ice. It told me to accept the judgment of the Nine Darkness Forest, as if these 2 represented the entire forest, as if they had any authority over me. I laughed in their faces. I pointed at both of them and said they were just a couple of commander-level weaklings, nowhere near qualified to judge me. Not even close to enough. The Ape King's eyes bulged with rage. It accused me of being weakened from fighting the Mantis tribe and surviving the Locust disaster. It assumed my forces were depleted, running on fumes, and that my tough talk was nothing but a desperate bluff from someone who had nothing left to fight with. That was the fundamental mistake every native creature made when dealing with me. They thought in terms of attrition. Fight, lose soldiers, grow weaker, need time to recover. They had no concept of ghost troops that couldn't permanently die, didn't need food or rest, and got replaced by fresh summons every single morning. My army wasn't weaker after fighting the Mantis tribe. It was dramatically stronger. Every battle made my ghosts level up faster. Every conquest brought resources that upgraded my buildings and unlocked new capabilities. The more I fought, the more powerful I became. They were walking into a meat grinder thinking it was a wounded animal's den. I cut the conversation short. I told them to stop wasting my breath with useless talk. Fight or leave. I had a battle to finish and a bed to get back to. My sleep schedule was finally getting normal, and these idiots had to show up and ruin it. Both kings roared with fury at being dismissed so casually. They raised their arms and gave the order. 6,000 creatures surged forward from every direction, a tidal wave of claws, fangs, and blades crashing toward Fengdu's walls. The ground shook like an earthquake. The noise was deafening. It was the largest battle Fengdu had ever faced, and I was grinning from the top of my wall, watching them charge straight into the forgetting river. Su Qian'er was watching from inside the fortress, whispering about how calm I looked even with thousands of enemies charging toward my walls. She noticed the forgetting river moat surrounding Fengdu and wondered why such a shallow little stream would be useful as a defensive measure. She was about to find out. The Five-Tribe Alliance launched their assault. A heavily armored elite rhino jumped into the forgetting river first to test it. After a moment, it shouted back that the water was just ordinary shallow river water, completely harmless. That message spread through the entire army instantly. Every creature stopped hesitating and poured across the moat without a second thought. What none of them realized was that the moment they crossed the river, every single one of them dropped to full rank. Elites became ordinary level in combat power. The 8th rank leaders weakened to 7th rank. Only the 2 commander-level kings were exempt from the effect. Thousands of enemies had just voluntarily nerfed themselves without knowing it. A black wave of monsters surged toward my walls from every direction. Any normal lord would have been paralyzed with terror at the sight. I wasn't normal. I shouted my first order to Xiao Lai. Take down one of the commander-level monsters immediately. She responded instantly, charging on the Shadow Wolf King straight at the Cloaked Demon Ape King. Both were 9th rank, so the ape could at least hold its ground for a while, even though it was far slower than Xiao Lai on her wolf mount. They locked into an intense duel, trading blows at incredible speed. The Black Frost Lizard King went after my Yin soldiers, smashing through their formation with raw power. Each collision sent Ghost and Wolf flying through the air. Nobody could stop it. The lizard was too massive and too strong for any single soldier to handle. It was tearing open gaps in my defensive line, and if it kept going, enemy troops would pour through. But on the other 3 sides of the fortress, things were going perfectly. The Forgetting River had dropped the enemy elders from 8th rank to 7th, and at 7th rank they were no match for Xiao Ni, Xiao Yi, and Old Chong. Those 3 battles would end quickly and decisively. The only problem was the Lizard King rampaging through my eastern flank with nobody strong enough to contain it. I was missing one key fighter. I walked to the Ghost Gate and looked inside. Xiao Jiao, the hanged ghost, was still recovering in the Yellow Springs. His body was mostly regenerated, but one leg and one arm were still missing from the boss fight. Those missing limbs barely affected his combat ability, though. His power came from his ropes, not his fists. I called his name. His eyes snapped open instantly. He hopped out of the Yellow Springs on one leg, bounced up the Yin-Yang path, and jumped through the Ghost Gate into the battlefield. A 10th rank boss-level ghost, entering the fight on one foot. Hundreds of ropes dropped from the sky the moment he appeared. In the densely packed enemy ranks, every rope found a target effortlessly. Any creature below commander level that got caught had its neck twisted and snapped in an instant. Dozens died in the first second. The battlefield transformed into a forest of dangling corpses swinging from invisible gallows. Xiao Jiao's main target was the Black Frost Lizard King. He fixed his fierce gaze on it while holding the rope around his own neck with his remaining hand. The lizard felt that stare, and its confidence shattered immediately. A boss-level opponent, the one thing it couldn't beat. The Ape King screamed at the lizard not to retreat. If it ran, they'd both lose. It argued that Xiao Jiao was badly wounded, broken neck, missing an arm and leg, and couldn't possibly fight at full power. The lizard steadied itself and charged at Xiao Jiao with a vicious grin, boasting that eating a boss would help it break through to the next level. From where I stood, I could already see the faint outline of a rope that had silently settled around the Lizard King's thick neck. It was already dead, it just didn't know it yet. If even a full-health boss-level rhino couldn't resist the hanged ghost's ropes, what chance did a commander-level lizard have? I turned my attention to the other three sides. Old Chang's soul-burning ghost fire was doing devastating work in the north. The Terror Claw Rat King had been weakened to 7th rank by the Forgetting River, and Old Chang's combined disorientation field and hellfire burned its soul to nothing within seconds. The rat's fat body collapsed without a single visible wound. No cuts, no blood, just an empty shell with no soul left inside. On the west side, Xiao and I had wrapped the Blade Eagle King entirely in a massive water sphere. The eagle's wings couldn't generate enough force to fly through water. It lost altitude and plummeted from the sky. Xiao and I launched herself upward like a cannonball, both commander-level blades flashing, and ended the eagle's life before it hit the ground. Xiao Yi's battle in the south was pure domination, as usual. His hunger aura had already crippled his opponent before the fight even started. The enemy elder was starving and weakened from the Forgetting River debuff on top of that.